Alright, microphone working. Stream is live. I think if I can figure out where the music is coming from, I can turn that down. And then, hell, I can even mute it. Fuck yeah. Alright. I think we're good. Let me double check everything. Got that going. There I am there. And I'm over there. Cool. Cool. Everything is working A-OK. Gonna close that for now. Going to minimize that thingy. And we're good. How's everybody doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. Trying out some dual streaming stuff. Hopefully getting this working over on the Twitch as well as the YouTube. Initially, I was just focused on the YouTube stuff. I really like the idea of streaming on YouTube because I think Twitch has some issues with it that I think make it a less than ideal platform for streaming on. And so I was focusing on the YouTube primarily, but I think the reality of the situation is that Twitch still has too much sway over the general streaming world. So I think I'm going to start dual streaming on there, at least for the time being. And then hopefully I can start building up an audience in both. And then eventually, I don't know, eventually I'll become big enough that I can set up my own ninja.gg site and stream there. And then I'll build my own weird cult following. But in the meantime, I will stick to YouTube and Twitch. It's been a long, shitty, no good week. So, I've got some iced coffee. I've got some Fallout 2. I think we're just going to stream that, listen to some podcasts, and just chill and have some fun. Hopefully any of y'all who stop by enjoy the Fallout. And if not, then, fuck, I need to figure out some way to open this. Talking just into a microphone to myself with no chat or anything to kind of like play off of is weird, man. So, anyhow, hopefully this will just work. I haven't played on this computer in a long time, so hopefully it'll sync everything just fine. And it'll just go. Let me see if I can go to gaming, because I think this is set up to only grab. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Is this? Where? Okay. So I'm looking at my second monitor over here where I have OBS running, and I can see Fallout kind of there, but I can't. Oh wait, is it just on? What the fuck? Okay, so now it's playing over here. Okay, there we go. I think it's working.
Give me
sort of.
Kiss to build a dream on in my imagination.
Oh man, that's really tiny.
War never changes.
The joy of trying
The
to
end of
stream
the world occurred
on
pretty much as we had predicted. Too many humans, not enough space or resources to go
fucking
around.
old games. Okay, so it's full screen right now over on my thing. Okay, so I think I'm not going to do... Oh, God. We're just going to do scene. And then... Fuck, now I remember why I wasn't playing this very much. Alright, I don't know if this is going to work for streaming purposes because every time I try to tab out, it crash, it fucking disappears. It says it's here. Switch to? Is that what I need to do? Oh god, and now I have no idea if I'm even streaming right now or not. Options, okay. Screen settings. We are gonna make it... Oh god. Oh my god. I have no idea if I'm even streaming right now. Can I not make it full? No idea if I'm even live. We're just gonna do this. Hit done. See what happens. Okay, now I'm at least windowed. My tab. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So I am now. I think this might be the only way to do this. We're gonna do screen settings. Make this bigger, make it windowed. Options, screen settings. We're just gonna fuck around with this. Okay, I think this is gonna be the best way we can do it, because now it's windowed. Now I can like tab between. I can go over here in OBS. I can just kind of click back in here, no problem. Game screen settings still feels a little small. Oof. How does it look over here? I don't really think the screen settings are going to matter at all here, but I think this will be as good as it gets, hopefully. Boom. Okay. So, no, go back. Don't do that. Go there. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna figure out where my podcasts are. I'm just gonna close that down. Go there. Google Podcasts. Right there. Fuck yeah. Dope. So we're gonna make this nice and small. Like, I'm gonna put you up in that corner over there. OBS is now gonna look like this, and then that can go like that. Cool. Oh, fuck, finally working. I know that's finally working. Oh man, I'm hungry. Okay, so now when I go over here and do load game, I should have a game loaded. Yes, I do. Which one was the most recent one? August 20th, 22nd, 25th, 26th, 31. Okay, it was here. I have no idea what I was doing last I was playing. So I've got a companion. I've got a little spear thingy. I'm probably gonna have to go through the controls again just to remember whatever it was that I was doing. What are the friggin' preferences? No, that's that. Cancel. Wait for my turn to be over. What? No. Oh god, no. Okay, there we go. I gotta remember the controls here. Ah, there we go. Cool. Finally starting to get it all working. Attack, character screen, vulnerability, Pip-Boy clock. Okay, so if I do P, I should auto maps, archives, status, find Vic the traitor, retrieve the Gek from Ario, rescue Slimy the trapper. Okay. Come on. I'm trying to remember. Fuck, I haven't played this game in like almost a year or so. So I'm trying to remember what was even going on last I was doing this. What is my timer at? Timer, okay. Alright, we are gonna put this on pause just for a minute, but we'll be back in a second. Enjoy the Fallout background music. Okay. Boop. 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 Yeah, there we go. Wait, I need one more boop. Boop. Alright. Oh god, no. Oh, this issue. No, why are you like this? Okay, cool. Alright, sorry about that. I needed to eat some lunch, and then I'm working on making some cinnamon rolls right now, so gotta take care of that every couple hours. So, alright. Probably going to need a quest guide, because I have no idea what it is. I'm doing where Klamath is, or this trapper is. So we are going to, isn't there a way, how do I want to say, what is the command to actually run? Rotate clockwise, counterclockwise, enter combat, auto map, help, master volume, save game, exit, pause, use repair, science, first aid, lockpick. Options, ammo bar. I don't remember how to run. Shift and left click to run. Boom. I don't remember, what is my lockpicking skill? Only 23. Not great. Or appears to be locked. Okay, we're just gonna leave that be for now. Boom. Wait, no. Go there. Go. Oh, you stupid companion. Is just gonna fucking stand in the doorway.
What you be need? The spirits are sometimes hard to understand. They see things you and we can't. Bad spirit under something snaps. What you mean?
God damn it. Okay, let's just pip. How do I wait? Inventory, pip, Z. Oh my god, no, I need you. I really just need you to move. Why? God damn it. Sometimes these old computer games are a real pain in the ass. Now I'm fucking stuck here. And he won't fucking move. What is this command? Ain't I over here now? Okay. Yay. Alright, let's go here. Okay. So I am already in Kalmath. Okay. I'm already here. Let's go to Trapper Town. Alright, so I'm already in the city I need to be in for this. I need to rescue Slimy the Trapper. I do not remember who that is. I could have sworn I already went through this whole place. Howdy, stranger. Rats, can't say I miss them. Yeah, because I went through here and killed a bunch of rats. So that was cool. And then, is there supposed to be? Yeah. Don't seem to be too popular. Well, maybe the jury's still out. How can I help? Let me see. I guess I don't need anything. Healing supplies, bronze, all that kind of stuff. We got special sources. You might say, always willing to look at a good gecko pelt too. Let's see what you got. Right, do I have any random shit I can get rid of? I've got all the claws. I have 3. Nope. At least for a while. Got a random key thingy. Xander root. Do I have any pelts? I don't think I do. Do you even have anything I want? Probably not. Alright, let's just go back to talking. How much? Okay, let's... Considering the last guy I talked to was kind of not happy with me. Whole bottle. Round to piss for the whole part of that. Huzzah, that'll be $30. Any other settlements? A couple of settlements nearby. There are some tribes northwest of us, but I suppose you know about them. Fucking racist bastard. Know about them. There's a den. Oh, no. Fuck, go back. Den a few days south of here. That's the closest. And then there's the mining town called Redding, quite a ways to the southwest. Other questions? We're gonna get healing supplies. Anything unusual going on? Counts on his fingers. There's Brahmin, mutating bugmen, rodents of unusual sizes, a walking spirit, and a missing hunter. I'm trying to find more about the missing hunter. ROUS's. Tell me about spirits. I'm not surprised a hunter's gone missing with all its excitement, but tell me about him too. Well, Smiley was one of the best trappers there ever was. He up and left Miss Bunkers one day and said he was going to find where all the golden geckos come from. Said he'd be rich if he could find it, but he hasn't come back, and that was a while back too. Okay. I don't want to know about anything else. Thanks for your help. Goodbye. Okay, now maybe some of these guys will be nicer to me. My kind of drinking buddy. Wrong place for a drink. I just bought you all around. Hey there, goody two-shoes. You gotta earn your admittance. Sarbar, you gotta arm wrestle me. Chuck Dutton. Let's arm wrestle. I guess that's the only way to get some peace. I think I want to arm wrestle. I am pretty strong. Like, I think I have like 6th strength. 6th strength. So yeah, let's go. You struggle, but eventually beat. But eventually... Oh, no, fuck. You're okay, I didn't snap your little arm, dried twig. Well, I guess there's still no challenge here in town. Hey, let me ask you something. You ever hear about the garden now? What you're doing? I've heard anything about Brahmin mutations. Just which Dutton are you? Any work around here? Any work around here? I don't think there's any work for you. Goodbye. Well, you got my educated pin. Will you move? Do with a few pointers. Pointers? With what? About the sweet science, of course. The sport and art. Well, magic? You can teach me magic. What are you talking about? Pugilism. Yeah, sure, I'm sure I can. Let's go outside, see what I can teach you. Your whole wee body is snap. Uh-huh. Several sweaty hours later. So you see what you were doing wrong then? Yes, I do. Thanks for taking the time. That was great. Let me give you $10. Bruise on me. At least I can do. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. No. I couldn't take any money from you. It was my very own pleasure to teach what I know. Take good care of yourself. You got a real potential. Thanks. Cool. You gain 150 experience. Yay. Okay, one thing I don't like about this is how this just scrolls by anytime I like hover over something, which kind of makes it hard. It makes it real easy to just like miss something. They could be twins, both are heavily muscular. You see it all. Has improved your melee and unarmed combat skills. You have gained 150 experience points. Cool. So yeah, so my build right now, is energy weapons because I want to be good at that late game. Melee weapons has been kind of my go-to strategy in the past. And then speech is always just super useful. 6, average, good, average, good, average. I am radiated. Why am I radiated right now? What did I do? Bloody mess. Good neutral. What did I pick here? Action points 9. Carry weight that much. Radiation resistance sequence. Determines how soon combat. Okay. Healing rate 1. Critical chance 5. Done. Okay, so that was him. On part of town. Boom. I think there's some stuff back there. See a door. Let's look around in this room. Ooh, nice. Take all. Gonna open up this door. Door appears to be locked. What's the lockpick? 2. Wait, no, 2. Do I have any like thieves' tools stuff? Pliers. Got a key thingy. I don't think I have any kind of thieves' tools on me. We'll leave it alone for the time being. Make a note, come back later. Okay, so he wanted to go find the source of the golden geckos, so I'm assuming I want to go find said geckos. So yeah, this is, I think, where I saw all the geckos before. And I want to say I already did some of this. I can't remember. How do I sneak? Eyes repair, show date time. Boo boo boo. Ammo bar, character Pip-Boy, combat button, close, auto map. Monitor, inventory options. I could have sworn there was a way to, yeah, I want to do this, but sneakily. You sneak, 1. Okay, cool. I want to fight this guy. I think I'm getting close to, yeah, where am I? Okay, I'm getting kind of close-ish to a level. Can I? Wait. You see, tough little gecko. How do I enter? There we go. Stab. And I can't stab again. Missed. He's over there, beating him up. I want to do, what is it, N? How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I should be able to do like a targeted thrust on, let's go for the legs. Right leg, hit for 4 points, and then change it to a normal thrust for 75. Hit him for a few. Wow. Almost dead. Cool. Nothing. $60 XP. Not much. Yeah, that's definitely gonna take a while. Oh, I'm still sneaking. Some bullshit. Papa, I don't have enough. I'll just step closer. Nice. No pelts. Fucking dumb. Can I chill here for... what time is it right now? Where's my question mark? It's like 2 in the morning right now. So let's just wait like 6 hours. And now it'll become daytime. Which means... is there really no like other way to go here? I don't think there is. I think there'd be like a clue or something around here for me to investigate. Or somewhere for me to go, because he's trying to figure out where all the geckos came from. Booze. I shall take booze. Alrighty, well, back we go, I guess. God damn it, companion. Okay, let's go over here. Alright, so looking at possible podcasts, we have... go away there. Alright, let's do... Glenn Beck recently interviewed Douglas Murray. So let's listen to that.
The left wants us to believe that our free speech is violence, while their violence is free speech. In the words of John Cleese, if you can't control your own emotions, you're forced to control other people's behavior. That's why the touchiest, most oversensitive, easily upset must not set the standards for the rest of us. In the most recent example is, I think the example of Elon Musk and the purchase of Twitter. It went crazy. Last week, business as usual. Kathy Griffin called Elon Musk a media-thirst white supremacist. Joy Reid implied that Musk is nostalgic for apartheid. A Twitter executive called him misogynistic. One of the belligerent hosts at The View claimed Musk was only there to protect the free speech of straight white men. You know, an MSNBC host thinking if he brings and opens the platform up to other people, you know, you're just going to be you're a white supremacist. That's all that's going to happen.
I think this takes me over to the
flooding
rats.
through of white supremacists.
Yeah,
that is
which I don't want right
crazy
now.
talk.
This
Time
will bring me
magazine
up here.
called
Where
free
does this
speech
take
a
me?
tech bro obsession, which has become a paramount concern of the techno-moral universe, whatever the hell that is. Today's guest
Where
is
is
up
this
to
gonna
this
take me?
challenge.
Oh yeah, the crash land
He's
with
been
the bot.
publishing
that I
books since he was
killed.
19, serves as an associate editor at Spectator magazine, and he has a new book out, The War on the West, How to Prevail in the Age of Unreason. He describes the Western anti-Westernism that is assaulting the very foundations of our society all throughout the West. This
that
one
should take me
you are
out to
going
the
to
world.
enjoy. Somebody who says what they mean and mean what they say. Welcome today, Douglas Murray. Now that DHS has created a department designed to combat disinformation, one has to wonder,
there's a
gee,
locker there.
what's next?
Where's my clicker?
Free speech
There
is
it
under attack, which is why I am proud to support Patriot Mobile. They are America's only Christian conservative cell phone provider, and they are
Coffee table.
passionate about free speech and your constitutional rights. Because
Okay. Ooh, yes,
they'll lose
please.
them too. If you lose them, they lose them. They offer the same nationwide coverage as the major carriers, so you get the same great
Bones,
service,
large two-head
plus the
cow.
peace of mind that your money is combating the left's attempt to silence you. Patriot
Take all.
Mobile, they have plans
Yeah.
to fit any budget, 100% US-based customer support team. They give exceptional customer support, and they share your values. They support organizations fighting for religious freedom,
your
constitutional
values.
rights, the sanctity of life, and our veteran and first responder heroes. Switch like I have. Go to patriotmobile.com/Beck, patriotmobile.com/Beck, or call 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT. Get free activation with the offer code BECK.
I'm taking care of Solik. I'm sure he's lost without Beck because I need something. Well, I'm sure I can't do as good of a job of taking care of him as you did, but I'll sure try.
Douglas,
Some questions.
welcome. Glad you're here.
Stay.
Good to
Buy
have
some
you
games.
actually in studio. Thank you for flying across the ocean.
It's a great pleasure.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to see you in person. Last time I know we had to do this virtually. So.
Yeah. Your book, The War on the West, it couldn't come at a better time. And I think we're pretty much on the same page on what's happening. Let me start with the news of the week, which is Roe versus Wade here in America. Big. This is a huge cultural shift.
Sure.
The
Walking
Supreme Court
spirits,
is basically
den,
saying
what
states
kind of
have to
den,
decide.
missing
We can't
people?
decide this. It's not in the Constitution, so legislatures get to decide. People are making this
missing
into,
people?
a war on women,
Google missing
etc.
a trader named
I
Vic who
personally
specialized
think
in
just
pre-war
from the
stuff and one of our
response,
best
it was leaked,
trappers.
which has never happened.
Unbelievable.
I want to know more about the trapper.
Kind of the tactic that the left likes to use. And then these spontaneous groups started appearing, all shouting nothing about rights, women's rights, but pack the court,
Yeah.
which is
Okay, we're gonna put this on pause right now. Here's what I'm gonna do. The real person to tell you about the missing trapper would be Miss Bunker. She and Smiley are pretty close. He went north to look for the cave of golden geckos. It hasn't been seen since. Oh, I think I remember. Yes. Okay. Goodbye. Okay, I think, that's what I saw earlier, and I think I was just getting my ass kicked. Because golden geckos, these toxic caves. Oh fuck, the mutants. Knowledge just appear with me into the grave. So be it, kill them all. Turn around and walk away. I am very much aware of that. I am not strong enough to fight them right now. I will definitely loot the bodies. Oh, mother flipper, why don't... God damn it, they're being killed and they don't even have any good shit. Gotta love the zigzag back and forth running that they do. Did I already? Yeah, I already did all this, I thought. Okay, it's all coming back to me now. Fuck, what was I doing then? I thought I killed all these guys and like cleared all this shit out. There's some pretty good damage on this guy. They do hit pretty hard. Only 56, that's not very good. And severely wounded. Well, that's what I like to hear. Fucking bug. Alright. I have no more movement. Okay. Oh god, I'm probably gonna die. There's my guy here. Hits pretty hard. One point. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die. And we're gonna run upstairs. And we shall hide here until we are healed. Actually, no, cancel. Because waiting until the party is healed is going to take forever. But I can do the medical stuff. Boop. What are the commands for that? First aid, 5 and 6. Oh, and I get a bunch of XP for it. You can just do this forever. It's great. Guess what is my ability with this? First aid and doctor, 37 and 30. Okay, definitely need to improve those. Looks wounded. Not severely wounded, but just wounded. Gotta be looking pretty bad. Severely wounded, but I'm also severely wounded. Is the issue. At 12 points, he's gotta be looking pretty bad. Okay, almost dead. That is good. Oh, fuck. Still got some attack points. Kill him. Yeah. Nothing. Nothing. Fucking dumb. Alright, let's sneak. Actually, no. Let's look at my inventory. I've got some Rad-X. Anti-radiation chems to be taken before exposure. Try chunks of BS flesh remain chewy, listening somewhat nutritious for years. Years and years. Okay, let's, no, cancel. Move those there, and then, how do I switch, how do I switch items? Toggle item mode, toggle active items. Use on me. It does nothing. Why can't I use this on me to like heal me or some shit? What the fuck? I don't know what that was. Alright, where am I? Okay, I am super fucking weak right now. So we are going to try to get my sneaky sneak on as best I can. Definitely need to, yeah, what? Because my healing rate is 1. At the end of each day, your character will heal 1 HP for each point of healing rate. When you rest, you heal. When you rest, you heal every 6 hours. How do I increase? Alright, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Strain might kill you, because I've been doing it so much. Oh god, there's so many geckos. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna run back upstairs, go there, and just try to fully heal for a little bit. Because I am definitely not going to be killing that many geckos with just this little health. A pipe rifle. What? Has 1 of 1 shots. Okay, pretty shitty rifle if you ask me. I think 4. Is the hammer any better? Min strength 6. Okay. What if I do that? Spear 3 to 11 is 4 to 10. Both have a range 2. But it does feel like the sledgehammer is able to like knock them down. Better minimum damage. Yeah, whatever. No, come on. Climb. Ah, there we go. I don't know. I do a Z and I rest till healed. I think I'm going to be waiting like multiple days. Because my background healing rate is actually not that bad. Okay. Still several days. I'm just chilling in this cave, not doing anything. But now when I go down here, those 2 bastards should still be dead. And this is the name of the game. Rinse, wash, repeat until they are all dead. Alright, now we can go back to podcast.
You know, once that happens in a society, you know, you lose it. I think this is the beginning of a war on the streets with the left. How do you read this?
Well, I hope not, obviously. I mean, one of the things, the observations I'd make is that it does accentuate something which has been growing in America in particular in recent years, which is a total divide over the nature of institutions. I think this is deadly for a country, I have to say. The point of institutions is that they are something that you agree upon, you know? Right. That people agree on the results of elections, agree on Supreme Court decisions. You know, they might differ, but They recognize the authority of the Supreme Court. There was a time you might say that about almost every institution in American public life, as in any other Western country. And now I just think that almost nobody seems to have trust in the institutions, and you can pick and choose on occasion. But essentially, there's just it's very hard to think of an institution in American public life which everyone agrees upon.
Oh, I don't think there is anymore. And I've seen a huge change even in me. I never thought I would question the Justice Department or the FBI.
Right.
I don't trust them at all.
That's a really interesting
Do you think-
development that I see on the American right.
I mean, do you think that might be an issue with you, though? Like, I get that. And this is, I guess, one of the more frustrating things about the conservative view right now is that I understand how do I want to phrase this? Is that there is this huge emphasis. So right now, a big part of conservatism, conservative thought in general, is like the upholding of institutions and like our traditions and the structures that are important, and we need to keep them intact. This is why, you shouldn't be abolishing the police, because they're an important institution that has been around for a long time, and we need to keep things as is. And so, but at the same time, they'll then turn around and be like, well, actually, you can't trust any of our institutions. They're all corrupt, terrible, and evil, which is the exact same thing that, like, the BLM people say. They just say it about, like, a different institution. They say it about, like, the local police department, not the FBI, not the DOJ, where actually most BLM people would probably say the same thing about the FBI and the DOJ. But, I don't know, maybe the more and more I listen to like modern day conservatives and like further left people, I am slowly becoming more and more convinced of horseshoe theory. I used to laugh at it a lot because I thought it was really dumb for a while, but I am slowly but surely becoming more and more convinced that it might actually be true.
I mean, obviously, I was born in Britain, and I live in America now. But in Britain, if you said, you don't have trust in, say,
why are you
MI5,
running?
MI6, GCHQ,
God, why is he running into the toxic sludge?
Courts, the election processes, Parliament, etc. If you went through all of that, then you would say, well, that's not a conservative.
Right.
A conservative must have faith in some of these institutions. And I think actually the truth is that there is very good reason in America for people on the right as on the left to be deeply suspicious of your institutions, because they've politicized themselves, it seems to me, just one after another.
Yep.
The minute you have intelligence officials speaking out on political matters, bang, of course you're going to lose trust
That
in
is
those,
the interesting thing about the Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
Because it says it cannot make political decisions. It's not a legislative body.
Right.
If it's not included in the Constitution, it can't talk about it. So it goes back.
Don't you think there are other things that might unravel as a result of that?
Like?
Well, I mean, there are other decisions that the Supreme Court or the courts in this country have made that you might say would be in the hands of the people.
Yeah, I would say Obamacare is one of
Critically
them.
missed.
Right. I mean, that's one of the things that strikes me is that actually, although everyone's going to obsess about the specific thing of Roe v. Wade, the fact that the court has said it's not in our jurisdiction opens up a whole new...
So what the left is planning on doing, I guess, is to at least get rid of the filibuster to pass a nationwide abortion policy, which the Supreme Court says can be done. But it would fall into
the Supreme Court
what's called the Commerce
said
Clause, which
it can
if
be
you
done?
know anything...
Because, like, this is I guess what I'm somewhat worried about happening with the ending of Roe v. Wade is that even if at the federal level we were to pass some kind of like national protection for abortion, it's just going to get challenged in the Supreme Court. Like the same way that Obamacare was, the same way that like the McCain-Feinstein finance reform thing was challenged. Like any bill that Congress like tries to pass on Roe v. Wade, it's just going to get challenged under like every single line of the bill is going to be challenged at the Supreme Court, and it's just going to take one bad day for like the government trying to argue in favor of keeping the bill for it to get overturned and thrown out. So I'm somewhat skeptical of the fact, especially with like the conservative supermajority, that even if Congress did pass it, it would get challenged in some ways, and the Supreme Court might just throw that out too.
Think about that at all. That was an FDR switch,
Right.
That put the federal government in all of our lives where it wasn't before that.
Right.
And there is speculation that a few of the justices would like a second bite at that apple. We seemingly
How are you not dead yet?
are reverting back to more of federalism, according to the court.
Right.
That is a good thing. That's a healthy thing, I think.
But what about the way in which, specific justices are now going to be? I would fear for some of the justices.
You mean safety?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If
this
they're
is-
not the most protected people in Washington, they should be.
Several of them are going to be among the most hated people to a significant chunk of the country.
It's funny because we've left this place to where you can respect Ginsburg. When Ginsburg died, I didn't agree with a thing she said.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a real loss for the country, I thought she was a great person. I don't like her, didn't like her as a justice, but I didn't wish her ill or dead or anything like that.
You can't rest
We're
with
not-
dislocation.
We're
Okay.
not traveling down that path now.
No. I do think America is traveling
swear to
down
God,
a
if you step
very
in that sludge.
precarious path now.
Oh, yeah.
Has been for some time, but this thing of not having anything you agree on. I've commented on this on a number of occasions, but not having anything that you agree on is a big problem as a country.
Yeah. We talked about that, but it's different. We talked about that last time,
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't even know how long it was.
It's got so much worse.
So much worse. I think that the abortion thing may actually be, in the end, the thing that breaks us up.
You think the country could break?
Not because of abortion per se, the way
Sure.
it is, but because I think you're going to see extremists on the left, where they're talking about aborting babies 30 days after birth,
Yeah, fuck those babies.
They're already talking about that in California, that they're using
mean,
tax
not
dollars
like
to
that,
fly
but-
people in for an abortion industry. I think that's going to not sit well with a lot of people in California and elsewhere. And if they push
How did I lose? Wait, how did I lose 2 health?
for packing the Supreme Court, if they look like they're going to get away with that, if they look like they're going to get rid of the filibuster,
Yes,
I think
get
the
rid of the
lines are
filibuster.
drawn.
Mightn't the country just sort of continue going the way it is, where people move to the places where it's more in line with their
God damn,
values,
this dude is
and
so
you just
fucking
see
fast.
this red-blue divide just increase?
I would hope, but I don't.
You think that's a positive?
Well,
I mean-
better than war.
Sure.
Better than war. But it feels to me like the few years before, I think, the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln was said to, he didn't care about the slaves. He cared deeply about slavery. John Quincy Adams, taught him how to destroy slavery when he was in Congress. And John Quincy Adams had been fighting it his whole life.
Right.
So he cared. But when he first took office, in his first inaugural address, he said, I can't do anything. The president
Right.
doesn't have the power to do it. But once the South went off the deep end, then that changed things.
Right.
And,
Wait. Okay. Maybe, not a maybe. I know that my knowledge of history is not the best. But I'm really curious to hear. Oh. All right, timer just went off. I'm really curious to hear how he argues the South went off the deep end leading up to the Civil War, and how that forced Lincoln's hand. I guess seceding, but leading up to that. I'm not really sure where he's going with that, but okay, I'll be right back. I need to go punch down my cinnamon roll dough and let it rise again. Alright. Okay, got a bunch of ice. Boom.
I don't know.
Boom.
I just think there's a lot of
Ciao.
people
Oh no!
right
Fuck!
now
Fuck!
on the
Fuck!
right who are like, look, I don't want war. I don't want fight with a neighbor. I'm tired of this. I just
God damn
want
it, why
this
am I
done.
walking through the toxic
But
sludge?
if the left continues the onslaught of taking on our children and calling us terrorists if we say back up from our children,
Yeah.
if you start destroying the institutions more than they
Taking
already
our
are,
children? I don't know if anyone on the left is trying to take your children. Like, I'm really not sure what he is. I'm assuming this has to do with the whole, groomer discourse. But I'm pretty sure your kids are safe.
and you just change all the rules, I don't know people are going to sit around.
I wish there was a way to build them back up. I mean, that would be the obvious conservative solution, would be to try to build up the institutions again.
But I think
It's very, very hard.
that's what the court did. The court is correcting a mistake. And they made I don't know if you read the case, but they made a very cogent argument that this is not about politics. This isn't even about abortion. This is about our role.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't be in politics.
Yeah, well, as I say, all I feel is, strap yourself in. This is going to be a hell of a ride.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I mean, we've been through very
Alright, need to set a
long
timer.
years in the last few years, and I think they're going to get longer and noisier for sure.
So, well, let's talk a little bit about the war, because I
Please
think,
die.
I've been trying to say to people lately, things have changed, and you're not at a shooting war, thank God, but we are at war for the survival of the West.
Level up.
Yes, I think so. I think very clearly, and there's
All the fucking
no
points.
greater demonstration of that than what
Right.
I describe as
Up
the
that.
war on Western
First
history.
aid. Throw a few points in there.
Countries, societies, cultures.
I'm never really much
hold
for like
together
stealing,
around the stories that they
breaking.
tell. And sometimes those stories are
outdoorsy.
slightly
What's this do again?
exaggerated, and sometimes they're not. Often they're absolutely, a fair representation of what has happened. But you have to have a shared story. You can't have totally different narratives about how you got to where you
I want
are.
to do a few points in speech.
And in America, even
in
worse than any other
speech.
country in the West, and this is a solely Western problem,
lock
and you don't see this anywhere else in the world.
probably
In America, in
want a few
particular, there is a
points there.
deep war going on
Let's
over the
just
nature
throw
of your
one.
past.
Science
And
skill.
it's terrifying to watch because
Yeah, let's just
if
throw
you
another
don't
one
agree
lock
on
again,
that,
just for the hell of it.
there's nothing
left.
There's nothing left you can agree on at the moment. You can't. What are you going to rally around in 2022 if you don't agree on anything that happened right up till now?
Rest here
And
now.
obviously, we all saw this in recent years. There was the summer of 2020 and
All
the
right, back
pulling
upstairs
down
to
of
heal.
statues. But then two things I noticed. One was that was just a sort of hardcore version of something that had already been happening, the rewriting of American history through the 1619 Project and other things. That had been going on for quite a long time. Suddenly sped up. Suddenly went right to the heart of everything in America. People said, well, they're just coming for the Southern generals.
Okay, so I really disagree with the framing that like the 1619 Project is trying to like rewrite American history. If anything, I think a better framing of this is that it's trying to tell a more complete picture of American history. Or if you don't, or if that's too far of a statement, then it's trying to tell American history through a different lens. Like no one is trying to. Yeah, I guess I don't even know what this means to try to like rewrite American history, at least through the context of like 1619.
And then it was like the Founding Fathers in no time at all. Then it was, that CNN report.
Yeah, I don't know who's. I wish I knew what they were talking about because I have no clue who is trying to get rid of the Founding Fathers. I mean, there was that story from California of like the school board that was like ousted because they were wasting time trying to like rename schools after like the school was named after like George Washington or something, and the school board did the whole he had slaves, we shouldn't have a school named after him, and then like they voted him out, they got rid of him. So this idea that there's this like mass pressure from the left to try to like get rid of the founding fathers, I wish I knew like who and what they were talking about when they mentioned these things, because so often, like, if what they're saying is true, then I think I would probably agree with them. Like, yeah, that's pretty fucking dumb. But I don't know who it is that they are like criticizing here. And it's very difficult for me to get on board with their position when I have no idea who it is they're like pushing back against.
Said before the Mount Rushmore speech of Donald Trump said the president's going to be standing in front of slave owners on stolen land. You know, you think, wow, if you think that, you know,
you're not
what
America.
have you got?
What do you have in
what
America?
Do you have? And by this stage, something else has happened, which is the preemptive cleansing of American history. You know, this isn't just about mob sort of attacks on statues in weird, wacko places like Portland. It's, you know, it's the statue of Thomas Jefferson being wheeled, pulled down, crated up, and wheeled out the back door of the City State Chamber in New York. And one of the council members saying, Thomas Jefferson doesn't represent our values. And, you know, when you have the New York Council taking Thomas Jefferson down, you don't need the mob anymore. Okay. They're doing that for the mob, and we've seen that with statues of Abraham Lincoln. We've seen statues of Lincoln pulled down by mobs in this country, but we've also seen them taken away by officials, by the local authorities in Boston. Trying to get ahead of the mob, or what exactly? Agreeing on the new rewriting of Lincoln that the mob is doing?
See, I think this is the thing that conservatives have seen that have caused us not to believe anymore. Because we thought our institutions
this is a nice,
were safe havens, were solid, but it's been eaten by termites.
So there were no stop gates.
None.
Yeah. Okay, so I think their point... Okay, so now they have backed it up, at least with a few examples here. And I definitely, at least with like the New York like city council thing, I definitely would want to look into, maybe you said it and I was just too busy reading the screen here, but I would want to know a little bit more on like the context of this. Like, are they like trying to like rename a bunch of monuments, or I should just rewind and like re-listen, because I was distracted with Fallout.
I think so. I think very clearly, and there's no greater demonstration of that than what I describe as the war on Western history. You know,
Okay, yeah, that's just patently not true.
Countries, societies, cultures hold together around the stories that they tell. And sometimes those stories are slightly, exaggerated, and sometimes they're not. Often they're absolutely, a fair representation of what has happened. But you have to have a shared story. You can't have totally different narratives about how you got to where you are. And in America, even worse.
But you can, though. That's like one of the whole points of history, is to like learn about all these different narratives, and that there are different sides of history and like different perspectives, and like learning about that is what makes history so interesting, is that we can learn about like how did this event in history impact all these different groups, and how are the stories that are told about that event told in different ways between all these different groups. And like that's good.
So any other country in the West,
that's not a bad thing.
And this is a solely Western problem, and you don't see this anywhere else in the world. In America in particular, there is a deep, deep war going on over the nature of your past. And it's terrifying to watch, because if you don't agree on that, there's nothing left. There's nothing left you can agree on at the moment. You can't. What are you going to rally around in 2022 if you don't agree on anything that happened right up till now?
So, okay. One, I really strongly reject the idea that, like, the most paramount thing that people agree on is the past. That we have to have some shared sense of history. Maybe... Yeah, I just don't see, like, why that's paramount for, like, a country. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he'll elaborate on it in a second.
And obviously, you know, we all saw this in recent years. There was the summer of 2020 and the pulling down of statues. But then two things I noticed. One was that was just a sort of hardcore version of something that had already been happening, the rewriting of American history through the 1619 Project and other things. That had been going on for quite a long time. Suddenly sped up. Suddenly went right to the heart of everything in America. You know, people said, well, they're just coming for the Southern generals. And then it was like the Founding Fathers in no time at all. Then it was, you know that CNN reporter said before the Mount Rushmore speech of Donald Trump said, the president's going to be standing in front of slave owners on stolen land. You know, you think, wow, if you think that, you know,
you're not
what
America.
What
do you have in
what
America?
Do you have?
I mean, I don't know enough about Mount Rushmore, but I'll assume that it's true what the CNN reporter said. However, I will agree here that, like, just that's a really dumb point to make and doesn't actually do anything to, like, further the conversation about, like, politics in our history.
And by this stage, something else has happened, which is the preemptive cleansing of American history. This isn't just about mob sort of attacks on statues in weird, wacko places like Portland. It's the statue of Thomas Jefferson being pulled down, crated up, and wheeled out the back door of the City State Chamber in New York. And one of the council members saying, Thomas Jefferson doesn't represent our values. And
Okay, so thinking, because depending on the values, I'm sure some of his beliefs, freedom of press, freedom of association, democratically elected representatives, we do agree on. Some of his values we very much don't agree on. And so I think looking at the broader question of, like, which historical figures do we give positions of prominence in our society with things like statues and monuments is kind of an important question. And as the times change, as our, just morals change over time, it's probably a good thing to go back and reflect on, everything's shaking. Sorry, desk. To go back and reflect on these things and be like, okay, like, in the past we thought this person was really great and awesome. But, when we go back and kind of view things through a 21st century lens, there was a lot of fucked up shit. Do we want to still give this person a position of prominence in our society? And ultimately, I think the best way to do that is kind of, democratically. And if you don't like that your representatives are removing statues from City Hall, then fucking vote them out and put in new representatives who will put the statue of Thomas Jefferson back.
When you have the New York Council taking Thomas Jefferson down, you don't need the mob anymore. They're doing that for the mob, and we've seen that with statues of Abraham Lincoln. We've seen statues of Lincoln pulled down by mobs in this country, but we've also seen them taken away by officials, by the local authorities in Boston. Trying to get ahead of the mob, or what exactly? Agreeing on the new rewriting of Lincoln that the mob is doing?
See, I think this is the thing that conservatives have seen that have caused us not to believe anymore. Because we thought our institutions were safe havens, were solid. but it's been eaten by termites. So
There were no stop gates.
none.
No.
It was just it had already been rotted from the inside out.
Hello
Yeah,
there,
and-
stranger.
you
You call me
What
Smiley.
disturbs me about
Yay.
this as well is that
Sure glad to see you. I thought I was
that
going to
could
die here
happen
for certain.
organically in a way, but this is
Bah. For certain. I'm hurt too bad to pass those damn lizards on my own. What are you doing here? I always caught more golden geckos north and west of Klamath than anywhere else. So I figured all the golden geckos lived someplace up here. Looks like you were right. Looks as though I was a little too right. I got in here okay, but then one of those damn geckos got behind me and damn near took my leg off. I just barely made it over here. I wonder why they didn't finish you off. Why is that my only option? Well, I guess they didn't like to crawl through the goo too. Much I can't say I blame them. Sure, it burns if you get it on your skin, but that doesn't seem to stop them from looking up the darn stuff like it was Bunker's best. Interesting. Enough gum flapping. Now let's get out of here. I figure that if I join you, we should both be able to make it out of here okay. I sure could use the help. Okay, you can join me. I'll make sure you get out of here or take back the Plymouth. I think that Adrian was going to be glad to see. Okay, I don't want any whining. Alright, let's go home. Okay, I need to give you some shit. Okay, let's trade, barter. Goddamn motherfucker doesn't know how to do goddamn shit for stupid fucking boots. This motherflipper don't know how. No, don't take all my boots, please. Do one. I'll give you a pair of boots. And go back to talking. What do you know? Ooh. Here's one question first. What do you know? These caves look like a pre-war storage area. I think there must be more down below. So it's some kind of fancy tech. No logical lock on the door. Anyhow, I've had enough. Let's get out of here. Yay. Alright, back to Pop.
pushed. I mean, there is a deliberate push to change the American story. Now, I was recently reading Paul Johnson's History of the American Peoples, and I'm going to misquote this, but the opening line of this book is something like, the history of the American people is the greatest story in human history. Something like that.
Fuck yeah.
And this book was published in 2000. I mean, I don't need to tell you, what mainstream book would start with that claim today?
None. So getting to the gym to work out, great idea and all.
No, fuck your abs.
I can't think of it. You can at least be eating something that tastes good but is also good for you. It's kind of like we're
Bad people. And that's how you get to the stage we're at the moment, where, I mean, why would you agree on anything if a significant part of the country has been taught to believe that there's nothing good about the country?
So here's the part that bothers me. I can have a
1000
conversation
XP
with
for rescuing
anyone
Smiley.
if you're
Yeah.
honest about your search for truth.
Sure.
You know, if I'm not willing to change my mind, if
Hold
you
it
make a
down.
great case on
Fuck
something,
yeah.
then I'm not really being honest. You know what I mean? I cannot come up
Vic the
with a
traitor
good
received the
reason
deck.
for these things to be happening. I can see people are being, I don't even know, hypnotized, baptized, whatever it is, into this cult. I can see that. But the people who started it and the people who are really running it, they know exactly what they're doing.
I mean, I give an example in the War on the West of, look at the tactic that's been used on all of our heroes.
Goodbye.
Whether it's the founding fathers of America, whether it's Winston Churchill in the UK, whether it's all the thinkers of the Enlightenment, there's one tactic that's been used on all of them, which is, you are guilty of living in history and not having the values we have in 2022.
Okay, so right off the bat, I somewhat agree with Murray here on this, that when we look at historical figures, we should have some leniency when looking at their past actions. Like looking at Thomas Jefferson, we should take into account to some degree that he was a product of his time, that the people at that time just, viewed things a little differently. And so we should give some leniency to that. But I'm going to try to put emphasis on the some leniency here, because I don't think that means we need to just give a blank check to any bad things that they've done. Like, in the United States, we passed a lot of eugenics laws in the early 20th century. And the Nazis looked at all of our eugenics laws and were like, wow, those are great. We should do that and then a little extra. And by a little extra, I mean a lot of extra. So, should we look at our past, fucking goddamn it, stupid fly. Should we look at our past eugenics laws, or hell, even should we look at the Nazis and be like, they were pretty bad, but they're just a product of their time. They didn't know any better, and so really we should give them a free pass, and we shouldn't be tearing down all of these Hitler statues and everything, because they just didn't know any better back then, and obviously we don't do that. And so I think where Murray and most people on the left would start to part ways is how much leniency do we give? How much do we overlook the bad things in favor for the good things that they've done? Because I think most people would admit that overall, people like Churchill and Jefferson did a lot of good. They definitely pushed. I guess I know next to nothing about Churchill, so I'll just leave it for the Brit Bongers to debate that. But I think most people are capable of admitting that people like Washington and Jefferson were probably, I don't even know if I want to say a net good, because then you have to try to go through and score up all of the good bad calculus. But I would assume that what they did for our independence and giving us things like the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all that jazz is probably a net good. And so, but how much of a pass do we give for the raping his slaves? Probably, I don't know. That's probably where we would disagree on just how much leniency we give for that kind of stuff.
As I like to say, the shorthand for this is they're guilty of being dead white men. The cardinal sins of not just being white and male, but also dead, it appears, because, of course, none of the critics think that's going to happen to them. But this sort of derisive, these are just dead white men. Well, they're dead white men who brought you everything you've got, so you could have a bit of damn gratitude to start with. But put that aside for a moment. All these figures have been attacked in exactly the same way. Winston Churchill held Victorian attitudes.
Embarrassed. I know you used to pay to take care of some business if you know business. Prefer old newspaper myself. Oh well. Damn, I thought it was so close. Guess not. Giant rats, walking spirits, Brahmin, missing people. Traitor, some call Vic. I already rescued him though. Real person tell you blah blah blah. What about the missing trader? Well, Vic was quite a fellow. He didn't like to work too much, and so he would specialize in expensive pre-war things and then go sell them to the den, or even hawk them to stupid tribals. No offense. Stupid tribals had religious artifacts. Oops, no offense. However, I haven't seen him for a while. Last I heard, he went south to sell some stuff, maybe to the den. Goodbye, Whiskey Bob. Alright, to the den! I guess I haven't. Is he back here? Sure, you won't for saving my hide. Least I can do is teach you something in return. Thanks, Smiley. I should appreciate any tips you give me. Since those geckos nearly had my hide, let me teach you how to get theirs. Here's how to skin them. Ooh, so when you kill them, you can get their hides and sell them, okay? Thanks, I'm sure that'll come in handy. I had a few questions about hunting geckos. You have to know more about geckos than anyone alive. I guess I don't need... Tell me no. There's more you need to know. More you need to know than you even know you need. Teach me, great. Well, you see, it's like this. Golden geckos and regular geckos are basically the same. Predicts the golden's got a big second helping of sheer cussedness. Time passes as you learn the lore of the geckos. That was great. I think I know more about geckos now. Thanks. Cool. Alright, to the den. No. Geckos. Switch my item. Moving over here. Gonna go stab. Knocking the stuffing out of it. Nice. Oh god, there's 4? Fuck. This might be a bit of a problem. Oh fuck, I'm surrounded. God damn it. Critical miss. Alright, which one of you is hurt the worst? Fuck. And of course I didn't say it before leaving. 5 points, fuck. You know what time it is. Why are you critically missing so much? Oh, he dropped his fucking hammer. Well, okay, thank God. We're just gonna run away. Come on.
About certain subjects. Surprise, surprise. He was born in Victorian England.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe should have had progressive 2020s attitudes about a range of things and gay marriage and all that, but amazingly enough, he didn't. So the same thing is done against Jefferson, same thing is done against Lincoln, same thing is done against all the philosophers of the Enlightenment, who every single one of them has now been torn down, actually literally in a number of their cases. Voltaire's statues pulled down in Paris, David Hume's name taken off the buildings named after him in Scotland. These people who brought us the ideas of reason and rationalism now stand condemned all for the same things.
So, something, fucking hell. One thing that, really irks me is when people act like the Enlightenment was like the beginning of reason. That's just, it's a bunch of fucking Enlightenment, propaganda. It's a bunch of Enlightenment propaganda. Like, there was a huge push, really, from what I remember, starting like in the early Renaissance, to like paint the like Dark Ages as like this backwater, like totally devoid of civilization or any kind of like structure in it, as because the people of the Renaissance wanted to like paint themselves as like, we are the good rational, we do art, we do science, we do all of the good things. And those people in the Dark Ages, in the Middle Ages, were terrible backwater, couldn't, I can't remember, brain, couldn't like tell their ass from their face type shit. But it was just not like, it was not true. It was just like propaganda to talk about how great and awesome they were and how everyone was terrible way back then, whenever, back then was. Like the Greeks, the Middle Age philosophers, they all had like rationality and like critical thinking. It wasn't like 1750 came along and all of a sudden people were like, hey, we might be able to use logic to solve some of our problems.
They lived at a time when slavery went on. They lived at a time when colonialism went on. And the best for the people who come after them is they said something racist once. So these are the three tools used against everyone in our past. And I say at one point in the war in the West, okay, let's look at who this is not done to. let's look at the figures that they skip over.
Yep.
So I had great joy in going through the private and public writings of Karl Marx.
Yeah, fuck Karl Marx.
By the standards of today and by the standards of his own day, was unbelievably racist. He repeatedly uses the N-word in his private correspondence to Engels, usually hyphenated with Jew, because of course he's also very anti-Semitic. Has horrible views on slavery, horrible views on colonialism. By the standards that the left has applied to every single one of our heroes, Karl Marx should be toast.
Correct.
Okay, and I love how the way that Douglas Murray keeps on referring to our heroes. Like there is some like single unified us that have a single unified set of heroes. And like depending on who you talk to and who you ask, your set of heroes is going to be very different from another group. And so, yeah, Karl Marx is not like this great hero. I don't think there are really a lot of like statues and venerations of Karl Marx. And like, yeah, he was really fucking racist.
Right. Why not? Why isn't he? I do believe that one of the reasons is that this isn't the only explanation for what's going on, but it's one of them. There are people who want to make sure that we are robbed of everything in our past except that strain so that they can say, here is Marxism. That's what's left standing.
This is why Douglas Murray should not be taken seriously by anyone. God damn. Yeah, no, there's not some kind of Machiavellian plot to subvert all of Western history so we can supplant it with Marxism, even though Marxism is like a part of Western history. He was a fucking Austrian who like spent his whole life in Paris and London. Like, if you want to talk about the West, Karl Marx and his ideas are absolutely part of that. Rest until healed. Be right back. Okay. Finally back. Sorry about the delay there. Alright. Go back, camera. Oh, excuse me. That's doing that thing. Go back here.
There is no other explanation as to why they have skipped over
really
Karl
like
Marx.
this
And since The War in the West came out and the serializations and things, and a number of people wrote about this, but they didn't know about Marx's racism. I mean, one person wrote, say, what Marx said and what Douglas says in his book, I can't repeat in this paper. It's quite true.
Yeah.
It's horrible stuff.
Most people know nothing about Marx.
Since that came out, some of the Marxists have come out and attacked me on this, and they've said things like, well, there's two arguments they've been using. One is, that's unfair. He was a man of his time.
Yes.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, it's almost as if the Marxists
everyone
and the
else,
SJWs
right. Like Thomas
aren't the
Jefferson.
same group of
Like
people.
Winston Churchill.
Like Winston Churchill, man of his time. The second thing they say is, well, we look to him for his views on economics, not for his personal views.
I mean, this is the excuse with Margaret Sanger.
Right.
You know, Margaret Sanger, a horrible racist.
Right.
But, I mean,
Damn right.
she was right about women and women's reproductive rights.
So it seems to me they're trying that a group of the people who are the anti-Westernists of our day, and I can't stress this enough. This is Western anti-Westernism. You know, there's Middle Eastern anti-Westernism, there's Chinese anti-Westernism, but the most crucial and serious one is Western anti-Westernism. Is, as you say, the termites eating out the whole structure around us. And one of those strands is definitely people who want to say at the end of all this, only one strain of thought left standing. Some of the people I quote in the book, prominent figures, actually say things like,
That's my
the
Game Boy
Enlightenment is the
27.
problem. You know, reason is the problem. Rationalism is the problem. Same thing.
I'm
And
like, can you
again,
get something
this
to
is
drink?
not
I'm
fringe
sure you're
stuff.
thirsty after
Randy
trips with Lace.
Weingarten of the American Teaching Union.
Vic. Yeah, I know of it.
Testing is the
That's what's
problem.
got him locked up.
You know,
Not sure
it's
why,
gone
though.
all the way through.
Uh-oh.
Everything is a problem except for a few things that they want to leave
You
standing.
don't know who
And
Metzger
I think this
is?
has to be called out and
He's
identified.
the
because
slave master. Shit.
We are being fed a total crock on this, a total lie. And they don't have the right to do this.
A crippling lie that, I mean, just the lie that you can't
On
make
the
it,
east side
that
of
you
town,
shouldn't
hard
take
to miss.
risks,
Okay.
that everybody gets a trophy, all of that stuff that started long ago.
Fred owes me $200.
That's going to
If you can
cripple
collect it
the free
somehow.
market.
Or
Okay,
something
sure.
else.
But
no one
What's
will
the
take
catch?
risks.
Well, they don't mind that,
well,
by the way.
if you knew Fred, you'd understand.
There's a bit in here I write about the 1619.
God. And now my timer's. God damn it. Trying to stream while also trying to do, you know, the rest of life stuff is a pain in the pahootie. At least I think that's the word. Catcho, well, if you knew Fred, you'd understand. He's owed me the money for quite a long time. I'd written it off as a loss, but if you can get it back, I'd be amazed and grateful. He's somewhere in town, I'm sure. I'll see what I can do. So is that now going to be in my Pippy boy here? The den. Collect money from Fred. Yay. Find Vic the Trader. Or Steve Gag. Cool. Alright, I gotta go punch down my dough again so it can rise for a third time. I'll be back in a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sure all 0 people watching right now are very hurt by my absence. Okay, be back in a Okay. Punch down the dough for one more rise. Setting a timer for another 45 minutes. These cinnamon rolls are going to be fucking bomb. At least I hope they are. If not, I shall be very sad because I've spent a lot of fucking time working on them. Alright, I got that, I got this. Okay, I need to go see, collect the money from Fred. He's around somewhere in town. About that job. Wait, no, I haven't, fuck. Oh god, I hope that didn't, like, end it. If it did, I'm gonna be real sad. I didn't even talk to him. I don't even know where Fred is. Now we just go around and start asking people, hey, you know Fred? I need a fix. Leave me alone. Shh, I'm hiding. Who are you hiding from? Thin, greasy looking man. Hi. I'm Flick. What the fuck do you want, huh? What an introduction. I'm looking for a vault. Oh yeah, maybe a trader named Victune, or they might be. What's with the wacky accent, Flick? What you talking about? You think I'm fucking stupid pile? Some dumb. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna do an accent now. Think some kind of clown. Might have amused you. Is that it? No, sorry. I was just curious. Yeah, that's right, shithead. Nothing to amuse me. What if you're gonna get all huffy about it? Oh yeah, fuck this guy. Now what, you wasting my time? What the hell are you doing here? I'm a fucking provider. What do you think? A good Samaritan guy. Or let me ask you something else. What do you do? What? I provide them little free casinos. Provide a little pianos? Paisano. You know, the kids. My kids. Your kids? Yeah. Oh. They bring me little things. Oh, okay. Let me ask you. They bring me stuff what they find. Little things. Someone ain't using no more. In return, I takes care of them. Alright. Well, this Flick guy is weird. Oh, you're gonna fucking attack me? Huh? Alright, fine by me. Wait, am I punching him? I'm gonna kill any of you. I don't give two shits about any of you. Now everyone's running away. You want to yield, huh, Flick? Yeah, that's right. You better run. You started this. Alright, I feel a little bad about this. Not that bad, but a little. I definitely was not my first intention. Dumb bitch. Holy shit, he's got a lot of good gear. Holy shit. Hot damn, we fucking struck the lottery. Oh man, all this good stuff. All right, what do you got here? We got some booze. We got more beer. We got some pretty decent armor. Take all? Sorry, you can't carry that much. Well, fuck you. You see Jet. The fuck is Jet? Jet is a powerful methamphetamine. It stimulates the central nervous system. The initial euphoric rush rarely lasts more than a few minutes, but during that time, the user is filled with a rush of energy and strength. Cat's Paw Magazine. Alright, so we are definitely going to take all of that. All. Give me your money. I will take some of your armor. I will definitely take your stim packs. Cancel, fuck you. Okay, you can have my beer bottle. No, I don't. Carry those, okay. So much motherfucking ammo. Hunting rifle. Yes. Yes, give me all the ammo. Such a good day. I can come back and loot your body later, Flick. Am I still gonna be in combat? Why am I still in combat? Is there a way that I can just, like, exit combat? Not really, no. Okay. I think the best way I'm gonna leave combat is to just run over here. Because I don't care about them. I have to sit here and watch them all do their thing. Fuck, no. I didn't mean to. There we go. Just gonna have to do this like 17 fucking times. Wait, no. Fuck. There we go.
In projects a bit on capitalism. Now, I don't know, there wasn't enough attention paid to this, but part of the critique of the 1619 project was a critique of capitalism itself. Now, again, what do you think the accusations that they make against capitalism are? They are, unsurprisingly, that capitalism is derived from slavery, colonialism, and much more. And the claim that they make...
Okay, so I'm not that familiar with the 1619 project, and what I really mean by that is I don't think I've ever read it. But just imagining what it might say is not that, like, capitalism is built on these things, but that, like, capitalism can kind of incentivize these things, which just gut check, not thinking about it any more than, like, you know, the 30 seconds I've been thinking about it now. I think there's probably there's a degree of truth to it. That, and the proper response is then yep, you're absolutely right. Move on to the next point. Just accept, yeah, like, capitalism or or what would be even the right way to phrase this? What would be the accusation that the 1619 project would make? Probably something along the lines of the capitalist class, something to the effect of how imperialism is incentivized because of the capital class needs, you know, places to invest their excess capital, and when they run out of places to invest it domestically, they have to go to international markets, and so that is going to incentivize imperialism. And the correct response to that claim is, yep. Okay, moving on. So what? Like, what is the actual argument here being made? Therefore, capitalism is evil, and we should all become socialists instead. Like, the correct response is, yep, 100% agree, move on to the next thing. Or, like, really force them to clarify and, like, drill down into the point that they're actually, like, trying to make. Not somehow, like, pretend that, like, oh, no, the capital class didn't benefit at all from imperialism, because based on my very limited reading, like, they definitely did. Like, the fact that you can just go over to the Caribbean, throw money in a sugar plantation, and pretty much force all of the indigenous workers there to work on your plantation while you take the benefits from that is certainly possible. I don't know if I'd say, yeah, I'd go as far as to say incentivized under capitalism. But the correct response is okay. It's not like if we didn't have a capitalist system that wouldn't also be incentivized. Like, even if we had a complete controlled economy where everything was just done dictated by the king, and the king was effectively like the central planner, there would still be incentives to go to other countries, take over their natural resources or whatever kind of crops they can grow there or anything like that, and just collect it all for yourself and say, fuck you locals, all of your sugar now belong to me. Like, that isn't something unique under capitalism. Like, true, it still happens under capitalism, but even if we got rid of it, it's not like the incentive to go to another country and steal all their shit would just disappear. Well, no, go there.
Is that as a result, capitalism itself is, from its origins, a racist thing. Okay, so
yeah, I would
this is
disagree
what
with that.
1619 Project genius, a sociologist called Matthew Desmond, said. The headline of his piece was, "In order to understand the brutality of American capitalism, you have to start on the plantation." And his argument was that, for instance, everything like tracking, recording, and analyzing, precise quantification, many of these techniques we now take for granted were developed by and for large plantations. Okay, he says this is a 1619 project, Pulitzer Prize winning project of the New York Times. He says that systems that were consisting of things that were tracked, recorded, and analyzed tie everyone sitting at their desk in modern America doing their work directly to the plantations. And he says at one point that there's a direct line from the slaveholders' spreadsheets into Microsoft Excel. Well, here's the thing.
Unbelievable.
Here's the thing.
Okay, again, I will not trust Douglas Murray's reading of the 1619 Project. But even if I did, the follow-up here is, okay. So, the next thing that you need to do is be like, okay, but what's your actual point that you're trying to make?
First of all, the man is wildly ignorant. The plantation system had nothing to do with capitalism. The plantation system was a feudal system. A child could tell this ignoramus this. A child could look at these two systems and recognize there is no similarity. So why do they do it? Why is part of the hit job of the 1619 Project to commission a drive-by shooting by an ignoramus against Western capitalism, intending to draw a line from the slave...
So the plantation system was not a capitalist system, but a feudal system. I guess I would need to know a little bit more about feudalism before I really pushed back on this. But just surface level thoughts, no? I mean, I guess maybe if you looked at the plantation in isolation, the workers didn't, the slaves didn't have freedom to just up and move somewhere else. They didn't have any say in what they did with their time and labor, which maybe that was more in line with feudalism. But the plantations definitely existed in a capitalist system where slaves were considered a capital resource that if you had the money you could buy and use as an investment, and that they were certainly trying to min-max their share of goods so that they can maximize their profits. Maybe I'm just too ignorant of feudalism here to really say one way or the other, but just gut check This feels a little wrong, but I don't know. Maybe he's on to something here.
Plantations to Western capitalism.
To destroy it.
Because they want to destroy Western capitalism like everything else.
Okay.
And you know, the
And again, yeah, the thing that is really irking me here is that he really seems to be lumping kind of the SJW groups and the Marxist groups into kind of one big hodgepodge, which I think is probably just one of these common problems where when you're on one side of the political aisle, you have a tendency to look at everyone on the opposite side of the political aisle as like one homogenous group with like no difference between them. And that's a pretty normal thing to do. So I guess I can't fault him too hard on that.
ill intent of these people can just never be, stressed enough. It's just you can never underestimate them.
I mean, Tyler and his game
They decide on their conclusions and then they
comes in from Vault City. Big fucking crates. Once in a while, you can see them picked up by the caravans heading to New Reno. Nice, there's a New Reno. Can I ask you more about them? What else do you want to know? Who's Tyler? Tyler's just some weasel screwed all the rest of us out of a sweet deal with Mets gear. But fuck that shit. I don't fucking care anymore. I could kick his fucking ass, though. Laura and him still have some really bad blood. Something about Tyler and her brother. Ooh, that could be useful. Can I ask you more about them? What else you want to know? Where is New Reno? New Reno is down to the south a long ways, then east some. There's a lot of action to be made there, but it's pretty fucking dangerous, too. I might head back someday there. I can show you where it's at on that funny screen of yours. What else you want to know? So what are they guarding? Hell if I know. I want to ask you about something else. Shield deals, nothing you can provide. Have you heard of Vault 13? Vault 13? Nope, never heard of it. Don't tell me they've come up with another new chem. Nothing can beat Jet. No, it's a place. Boo. Nothing you can provide. Nobody talks to me like that. Okay. Great stuff. Brand new from Reno. You want some? I have to go. Bye. You want some of this? Okay. So I did that, talked to that. Let's go over here, see if I can find Jeff. I think I killed him. No. Jeff isn't the guy I killed. Flake. Is that who I'm looking? I'm looking for Fred. That was Flick. See Lara? How's it going? Assuming that's Lara. It is. Puppy. Looking to join up? Name's Lara. I run this gang. You better not be here to cause trouble, or you're in for a world of hurt. Got any work? Well, it depends on what you're good at. There's something I'm curious about. If you can find out, I'll pay you for a bit. Sure. What's that? Well, there's a church east of here. Metzger's got some people guarding whatever's inside. Find out what, and I'll pay you $200. Sure. Thanks. Don't get in a fight. Yet. I have a plan. No problem. Alright, we got a church. We're gonna find out what's going on in it. Should be easy enough. I'm assuming this is the church here. Enter genuine haunted house. Maybe in a bit. I'll swap out, be unarmed when I go and talk to this guy. Hello, copy. Well, you've certainly come a long way from the simple tribesmen. You should visit our New California Republic office sometime. You might find it rewarding. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go open your door. That's a private office. Oh, okay. My bad. See the mysterious mummy. Alright. Let's go see the mysterious mummy then. Hello, welcome, salutations. I am the great Ananias. He offers you a slight bow with a flourish. I bring mysteries from near and far, friend. Mysteries from a world beyond our own. Of the netherworld. Ooh. Nice to meet you, Mr. Great. I think this is something. Mysteries make me sleepy usually. I better go. Goodbye. What kind of mysteries? I know things that mere mortal man is not meant to know. Oh, sorry. Got a little carried away for a moment. I have tales of ghosts that haunt these very grounds, as well as a genuine Egyptian mummy that you can see right here in this marvelous sarcophagus. Tell me about the mummy. I've just got to hear the ghost story. Time. Tell me about this mummy. No, my friend, a mummy. Straight from the sounds of ancient Egypt to the sand of the waste, exclusively for you to see. For a person of your obvious class, I would be happy to show this unique and historic specimen for a mere $25. Fine. Simply open the sarcophagus lid and marvelous mummy will be revealed. It's all in ancient glory, but please, no touching and no flash photography. Presenting the mummy. Nothing changed. Door swings open, a genuine Egyptian mummy standing in the open. It looks as though it's made out of pure gold. That's a mummy? I can't believe I just paid $25. Hunk of jerky. I guess. Ooh, what is that? Is that a shovel? That might prove useful for something. Not sure what. But I'm sure it'll come in at my maximum weight. Fuck you. Let's go back to Becky's then. Let's see if I can offload some of my gear.
Work backwards. This idiot, actually at one point, the only source he can find is one scholar who wrote a book that says the opposite of what he says she says. Okay, so, and my fear is that, like, most people don't have time for this crap. Like, we're trying to get on with our lives. People are trying to build their families. They're trying to pay the mortgage. They're trying to put food on the table and much more. And when somebody comes at them, let alone like prominent figures and let alone prominent politicians who are meant to be safeguarding your legs as a country, when they come at you and say, when you sit down and do your work, you're actually basically part of the same thing as the plantations. I know most people don't know what to say. I didn't know that. It's likely to be, or you turn off or something. When somebody says, Thomas Jefferson was just a slave owner, like most people,
don't you have any money?
I don't know. I was told there was more to him than that. But they'll turn off, or they'll. I don't need to tell you, Glenn. People need to be armed to know how to fight back against this. They need to know what the arguments are. They need to know the specifics. But more importantly, they need to see this underlying trend that is going on. No other culture is doing this to itself. Nobody else. Every other.
Do you think that might be a bad thing? Maybe no other culture is doing this to themselves because none of them are like thinking critically about their past and coming at it with a new lens and thinking, hey, maybe these stories we've been telling ourselves are false and we might need to reanalyze them. That like we're the only ones doing it because we're the best at everything. That might be why we're doing it. I don't know. But I guess, yeah, and this is, this makes no sense to me. Because on the one hand, like, Marie constantly wants to play up this, like, fucking Western exceptionalism, that we are the best, we are the top, we are number one. But now he is making the argument of, like, well, no one else is doing this thing, so it must be bad in some ways. Like, even if I agree that, like, no one else is doing this, like, that's not a bad thing. Like, that's not an argument for anything. I'll assume it's just a statement of fact. But if anything, that means more people should be doing this because we're doing this and it's awesome.
The culture on Earth wants to think well of itself. And I believe that most people in America do. Most people in the West do. But we've been kind of submerged under this just slurry that has come flooding across everything that we were told, that we knew and that we loved. They've just polluted the whole darn thing. And I think we have to be able to take it back. We have to say, you won't do that to our heroes. You know, it's a very common thing in cultural revolutions for this to happen. When I was going around the States just before the election of 2020, I was visiting about 10 states or so. And I was in Portland after they'd torn all the stuff down there and saw the riots. I saw what remained of the centre of Seattle, which had been a beautiful city, I remember, only 15 years earlier when I was there. When I saw these things, I thought, you know, there is a risk that the American public square is going to become completely empty. You know, there's going to be no one left, and I think that's roughly very nearly where we are. But this is what cultural revolutionaries have done throughout history. You know, from the ancient world onwards, you go into the temples of your enemies, you tear down their statues, you urinate on their altars, you destroy the whole sanctuary and say, your gods are dead, we've got new ones for you. That's what they're hoping to do to America and the wider West. They're very well advanced on it, and the glimmer of hope is that I believe that if the majority regain their voice, these people don't stand a chance.
The good old silent majority. No, I swear to God, everyone actually agrees with us. It's purely because of the disc or whatever that we're in the minority. Okay, what else do I want to... Yeah, throw a hammer. Just one, though. And some more bullets. Oh. 1,200. God damn it. Why? Why do I have firewood? I don't think I need that anymore. Just gonna take it. War arrow. All. Does nothing. Okay, well, we will... Done. How much? Man, those are 400 a pop. Can I do math? 10, 60 is 70. Boom. Okay, that's a good trade. Cool. What else? Do you have anything else of value? You got some guns, you got some armor. Throw all my ammo at you, so I don't really care about that no more. I think I'm good there. Let's go back to talking. Goodbye. No, I would like to trade some more, please. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I didn't mean to rummage through your shit. Can I ask you something? Who's in charge of this town? No, I'm afraid the den is an anarchist place where a kind of Darwinian struggle is played out. Only the strongest, fastest, or smartest will survive here. I'm sure you'll find your niche. Why is everyone selling chems? That's not the kind of information we would just give away to anyone. How about $100? How about I give you 50 and you tell me? What do you say to give me the information or I give you a new hole in the head? Well then, yeah, I don't want to give you money. And do you know where the vault is located? I heard of a place called Vault City, but unfortunately I can't help you with directions. You see, very few of the town folks offer acceptable exchange for medical services to provide, so most of us have never been there. Okay, thanks. Never mind, bye. Okay, I need to find this, like, flip guy, and I need to get in there. What if I went... What's going on over here?
I would agree with that. I think that Elon Musk was a really exciting moment. You know, between him and DeSantis in Florida, these are guys that have grown their strength out of weakness.
Yes.
And they are they're moving in ways, and Musk is interesting because he's not your typical conservative.
No, he's not like a libertarian, like Silicon Valley guy. I mean, how he's become like a leader of the far right, I don't know. MSNBC, by the way, yesterday did a hit job on him. One of their idiot presenters said Elon Musk, not only is he going to unleash the far right, but they also described him as not especially intelligent. I mean, have some darn humility, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to say you agree with the guy, but acknowledge that it's pretty impressive.
The only
What's
thing
that?
I see with this is,
Charles Motor.
would you agree with me that we're dealing with people
nothing
who
can stop a highwayman?
are the kind of, if I
They
can't
sure
have
built
you, no
them
one
tough,
will.
I'd
They're the
say.
burn it down.
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of run.
sure,
Yeah.
yeah.
If it rained, you think I'd be in this
they
shithole of a
will
town?
do everything to destroy Elon Musk.
Again,
Oh, yeah.
Anyone.
Maybe I
I
would,
guarantee you,
Got all comfortable here.
Trump doesn't
I
run
understand.
and DeSantis runs.
Wouldn't
They will
mind
say
selling you the car,
DeSantis
though,
is far
if someone
worse
bought
than
me.
Donald Trump.
Yeah,
You know
they've
what I
gone
mean?
to-
battery.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
strike
to.
that.
They will use any tactic and they
I
will
guess I
destroy.
need a fuel cell controller.
If Elon Musk,
if
and I think
had
they
one of
know
them, I'd
this,
sell
if
the car
Elon
for
Musk
$2,000.
stands and really kind
Even
of just
sell the
laughs
controller,
them
so
off,
run right away. That
it
sounds
is
interesting. Let's come back
it is
to
the
fine.
beginning of the end.
I think we've
Let me
seen a
ask you
little bit of
something.
that, haven't we? Because for the first time in the last year or so, people have started to survive the mob. I mean, the most obvious example is Joe Rogan. You might say Dave Chappelle as well. It's interesting that comedians have been such a target, but of course they are, because they say things that everyone wants to say, and you know.
Microfusion
But
cell.
no, I
forming
think that
energy
there are
weapons,
people now who are
a box of
surviving the
noodles.
takeout attempts.
That's
And
right.
I
Starting
think-
to wear it as a badge of honor.
Well, yeah, and I was speaking actually to Joe Rogan about this the other day, and he said it helped that the people trying to take me down were CNN.
Yeah.
Because nobody trusts them, but still, my worry is that these sort of prominent figures, these very successful figures, can survive it, but the whole thing can't turn around
Does
until
really
all of us
irk
can.
me a little bit how Murray keeps referring to like the us and like nobody, and the entire constantly refers to like everyone as like his circle, because the idea that like no one trusts CNN. Like there was this poll that came out a little bit ago. Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. Trust in news stations by Political. There was this plot that came around. Cookie manager. Inactive. Necessary cookies. Inactive. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Let me see if I can find. There's this nice chart. Trying to find it. It was making the rounds pretty recently. That was showing how different news organizations are trusted, or some level of trust selected news media organizations in the United States as of February. So like this, oops, oh fuck. I just forget that the fallout is always in front. So just going on this, like CNN, about 50% trusted a lot or some, only 37% not at all, and 15% are unsure. So again, like this is not everyone. I wish I could find the actual there's a poll recently. I should have bookmarked the source. Was it Pew Research? Probably, but there was a plot. It was making its rounds on the Reddits that had a nice breakdown. Okay, this is effectively what I'm thinking of. Ideology adds another layer to party line, divides in most trusted and distrusted news source. Okay, so amongst liberals, percent who trust each source for political and election news, first 5 shown. Okay, so among liberals, 70% of people, of liberals, trust CNN. Conservatives, Fox News, 75. Man, this is the most, the really weird part for the conservative thing is just how much of a drop-off there is. There's like Fox News, which is pretty comparable to CNN, and then fucking nothing after that. Whereas with the liberals, it's like, okay, like CNN, then the New York Times, then PBS, NPR, and it's like a slow little trickle off. But man, this right here is the most upsetting part, because that really means that there is no, because like even if we go through the liberal trusted news columns, like we'll find some differences between all of these different sources and how they cover things. And that even if you jump between all of these different news sources, like, you'll get a pretty good rounding of information. But on the conservative side, there's like Fox News or nothing. Either they're covering it or no one's covering it. And theirs is the only coverage you can trust, which is, I think that's really one of the most concerning aspects of this. All right, going back here. Boom.
Till the bottom.
You know, the person doing a normal job is able to survive saying something that is true. Until that's possible, you know, it's not enough. You know, it's not enough, like, I don't know, very successful authors like J.K. Rowling successfully survive the mob, or the, you know, these figures I just mentioned do. It's got to go all the way down the economy. It's got to be at every level.
It has to be the student that can say, sorry,
yes,
man is a man, woman's a woman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree, and I found that before
I just,
the lock.
all right, I'm going to get this on record, and it's going to be pretty easy to get this on record because I currently have one viewer, and I'm pretty sure it's my own account that I'm watching this through. But I'm going to state it right now. A man is a man, and a woman is a woman. As a far-left, radical, socialist, communist that I am willing to go on record right now and say a man is a man, and a woman is a woman.
Lockdowns and everything started in recent years. I was doing public events with various other people and some just going things and watching. I would often ask the young people in the audiences who are not by any means conservative. I'd ask them, you know, what brought you out this evening? And there are always two
Got some gunk on my
answers or
phone. I was
variants
really
of two
worried about
answers.
it, but it's just
the first
some dried
was
up dough.
I want to. I'm fed up with just watching YouTube videos on my own sort of thing. I want to be with people who are thinking about the same things, which is different from an ideological movement, other than it's an ideological movement of people who are
Just
interested.
bouncer. Yeah.
But the second thing you very often heard was,
hello,
I want
nice
to
to see a new
be
face.
near
My name's
people
Leanne.
who
How
are saying
are
something
you?
I'd like to
Take
say
it
at some
down?
point.
Great.
Now this is very important for this country.
Wow.
It's very important for this country. I think we probably both know this in our
Becky has
personal
such an
lives.
interesting
If
family
there's something that's
history.
on
Do
the
you have
sort
one
of,
yourself?
you know,
Yes,
the edge of your
chosen
brain, you're
one.
thinking,
Yes, it's just save the world.
I mean, I can see that's true, but I'm
that might come off as a
I don't want to be the
weird.
first one. And if somebody else jumps in with their boots, you know, into
Let's
you
not
immediately
hype up
think,
myself.
oh, okay,
How
that's easier.
interesting. That reminds me
But
of a
sometimes,
story
as
I
you know,
heard
the
a long time
disappointing
ago.
thing is it's got to be
Something
you
about a
that's
master. Really?
the first one to
What was
jump.
it?
I don't need to tell you.
Well, this might take a bit. But a gentleman.
But I think
Be a
that we all
gentleman
know
and
in our
buy me
lives
a
that that
drink.
is
Will you
actually the
please? Not
case.
whiskey, though. New cola, please.
That's why people listen to the people who
Thanks.
are
Now
attacked.
let's see.
It's not just that they're attacked; they're
Remember my mom telling me about this huge migration that happened 70 or was it 80 years ago? Really big mutants with weapons as tall as you and me came from the south. Mom said it looked like a big migration of some sorts. Don't know. There were multiple groups of them. Some would continue north, others headed east. No one knew where they were going. Go on. They were quite upset and seemed to be fleeing from something. Really? Yeah. There were also others in dirty, tattered purple robes. They kept babbling about how the master was dead. Some of them even committed suicide right here in this town. Ugh. Well, don't you see? They were talking about the master, the one your ancestor killed. Thanks for the story. My pleasure. Bye. It might be kind of cool to find that those bodies there. Why are you? Yeah, baby. All right. I told you a story. Oh, and I got 350 experience points for listening to a fucking story? That's dope. Why are you punching me, dude? Alright, you fucking started this shit. That's right, you better run, bitches. The fuck is this? See, fruit. Stranger piece of fruit. No preservatives and no additional food coloring added. Alright, let's take it. Now I'm going to be second combat. So I'm just going to run out, come back. Okay, so there's a church with them guards. Okay, so what was I doing there? Laura wants to know what's being... Get a car from Smitty. Laura wants to know what's being guarded in the church. Ah, yes. You don't start anything yet. Just go there and talk. Alright, let's see if we can smooth talk my way into the church. I will be rather upset if I put all these fucking points in speech and I don't get anywhere for it. I shall be sad. Tyler's the one to talk to, not me, man. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Metzger sent me. What the hell for? His stuff's not going anywhere. He wanted me to check it for him. Sure he did. I've never seen you around before. Now beat it. Okay. Oh, fuck. No. Alright. Oh, fuck. I'm so... God damn it. Why don't I save more often? Oh, fuck. I guess we're doing it this way. God, no. Fuck! I didn't want to fight yet. Shit. Alright, maybe I'll get lucky and just die. Holy shit, they're hitting me hard. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna die. You've got me pissed off. Ow. They're shooting me. Was hit for no damage. Well, these guys are way stronger than I am. At least he missed me. Nice. That's a pretty good hit. But then I'm gonna die.
Land has claimed your life. Arroyo attempts to send out others to search for the Gek, but they die quickly, and the village soon follows.
Alright. Push-up time. I'm not gonna like move the camera to like give you a view, I'm sorry. Alrighty. Now we gotta load game, and god damn it, why is there no autosave? Fuck, I'm so bad at remembering to save in this game. So fucking frustrating. Oh my god, I have to go through everything again. Oh my god. I hate this game. Maybe now I don't have to fight and kill the drug addict dude. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I need a chat so that they can hopefully spam me. Like, hey, don't forget to save the game. And then I won't be such a fucking idiot and forget to save the game. Alright, no, that's cool. This game is fun. Okay, so my timer is just about to go off, which means I need to go prep me cinnamon rolls. So I have, how long have I been streaming right now? About 3 hours. So what I'm gonna do, since this is gonna take a while, I'm gonna just throw my screen on. Boop, boop, boo. Safety already exists. In the den again. Fuck, dude. Okay, I'm gonna go work on my cinnamon rolls. I'm gonna just throw the screen on BRB, and I'm gonna play some lo-fi music. So hopefully y'all can have fun while I go work on my cinnamon roll shit. Lo-fi hip-hop. Okay. Ready? Go into the BRB screen. Go into the music. Hit and play. Alright, have fun. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Maybe. Is it playing? Now. Alright, I'll be back in a little while. for like a minute now, but I've been on mute. Okay, cool. Yep, good. All right, cinnamon rolls are looking all right. They are in the oven, doing their thing. No, they're not in the oven. Doing one last rest. Added like the cinnamon filling, wrapped them up, cut them up, put them in the pans. I'm just gonna let them sit in the pan for another 20 minutes or so. Let them poof up one last time before we throw them in the oven. Done. Okay. Let's start going. Let's start talking to everyone. Okay, we're gonna talk to you first because I already know. Oh, no. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, so I already listened to this story, so we're just gonna be like, yeah, definitely. Wow, interesting. Get that experience we're gonna do here. Looking for a merchant named Vic. Locked up, not sure why. Who Metzger is. He's a slave master. He's on the east side of town. Hard to miss. I have another question. Do you have any work? Fred owes me $20. What's the catch? I'll see what I can do. Talk to him. I think I want to do this in the daytime. Wait until morning. Gonna go down here. Oh, I do want to go over here, talk to the car guy, just so I can have that in my quest log. I don't know what you do here. What's that? Wow, does it run? Yes, I see. Just come back over, find a fuel cell controller. Do you give me 2,000? I'll sell you the car. Cool. I'm gonna rummage through your shit real quick though. What the fuck is? Oh, it's a shovel. I'm gonna take it. Cheesy proofs, a box of cheesy puffs. They are extremely good. Cool. And then I want to try to sell off some of my shit. Oh yeah, that was the thing. Ooh, about killing him is that he had a fuck ton of gear. That I think I kind of come check Flick's place out. Okay. Why, hello there. I am gonna want to be wielded though. Let me talk to you. Hey there, what's with the wacky accent? No, just curious, that's about some... Yeah, that's right, shithead. Have you? What do you do here? Say what? Your kids? Something else then? They must have brought you some real bargains. And now I see all of his shit. I'm looking for a vault. Oh yeah, a train named Vic 2. Maybe Mama knows about that, because I don't. But that Vic guy, him I know. Mesker's got that Porca Pistola. He's a real romper. Well, that one runs the Slavers Guild. Alright, so we're going to try to kill Metzger. Let me... Thanks. Now, what about Mama? Mama runs a food place over on the east side of town, just past the graveyard. Nice place. She's got pasta. Mamma mia. Fella that got Vic. Just north of Mama's. Anyhow, you got Vic, I know. Let me ask you about something else. What the hell did you do here? Okay. How do I, wait, I like to trade, brings me into here, I escape, brings me, see around, kind of good not killing them right now. They don't really do anything. Oh, I do want to go down here. Gonna go back here. Gonna go over here and pull up the
Listening,
podcast.
because the people who are being attacked are saying the things other people would like to say.
Yeah.
You know, whenever I refer to, you know, things like the Leah Thomas thing, I say, well, I mean, it's possible you can be a guy and whenever you get in the water you feel kind of feminine. Like a mermaid of some kind. I don't really, I'm not sure it holds biologically or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that whenever I say that, a number of people are going to think, I can say something like that.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the arguments I make in this book. I want people to realize that, for instance, it's perfectly permissible to defend your culture and your civilization and your country. It's perfectly possible that when somebody comes at you saying you're totally rotten, there's nothing good that you've done, you can say, hang on a minute, let me tell you some things. I mean, you know, I mentioned in the book, I jump over some of the...
Again, I don't know who he's arguing against, and like, what do you mean by like my culture? Because that's kind of a nebulous statement. It's like the issue I have with this is that is a very vague statement that I'm really not sure what exactly that means when we talk about, you know, defending our culture. What parts of our culture? All of it? Is it like the beatnik hippies smoking their pot, doing their free love, having their communist orgies? Or is it some other part of our culture that we need to like stand up and defend? And the fact that the people who constantly talk about like, you know, defending our culture don't specify what parts it is they're trying to defend really kind of makes me go, yeah, about that.
Really, you know, hot button ones that we've had in recent times. You know, the issues of slavery, colonialism, and racism. And, you know, one of the things I say is, you know, the remarkable thing about the West is not that we had slavery.
Some information.
Every civilization in history had slavery. They all did.
Yep.
The
True.
remarkable thing about the West is that we got rid of it. You know,
Yes, only the West got rid of it.
there are 40 million slaves in the world today, estimated. I've met some on my travels. And
I think there's 70 countries that don't have any anti-slavery laws.
it's unbelievable across Africa.
They probably don't have anti-slavery laws for the same reason that they never had like institutionalized slavery. Or yeah, maybe slavery is just totally legal there. But like the West is not unique and on a pedestal of like moral absolutism of where we have done the good thing, none of the other countries have ever done the good thing, and so we deserve a pat on the back for doing the good thing.
Going across the Middle East, and there are places like the Gulf states was basically slavery.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, you can't pretend the Filipino workers are anything but chattel, really.
Yeah.
Their lives don't mean anything to the locals. So 40 million slaves in the world today is more slaves than there were in the 19th century. Okay, so clearly this is a problem. It's a thing that humans have done and civilizations have done. Again, why would we be destroying ourselves in America over something we settled 2 centuries ago?
Right.
Why would we be tearing ourselves about this now? Other than
Maybe because we didn't settle it. Like, sure, yeah, we did the thing where we ended slavery, but as far as like fully fixing the racism problem, we never actually fully addressed it.
if we fall into the story first that it was only us. And I don't think that 1 in a million Americans know, for instance, that what some people say maybe up to 12 million slaves were taken across the Atlantic in the transatlantic slave trade. 18 million were taken east to the Arab countries from Africa in the same time. Why don't we know about this? Because they were castrated.
Right.
There was no more generations of them.
And when you go to
What does that have anything to do with anything? Like,
the 12 million, America took 2.
Right.
The rest went to South America.
Brazil was still slave
Oh.
trading until the 1880s.
Yeah.
The Royal Navy.
There were the Native
policing-
Americans had slaves again until 1873 or something like
Right.
that.
And I mean, in this, we've got to start to work out this ledger accurately.
Right.
Does our civilization uniquely owe people
Got
for
'em.
things that happened 2 centuries ago? I'd say not. I'd say the debt is paid.
Frankie.
It's paid down.
It was paid in blood.
It was paid in blood.
Bar,
In America, in
Everyone
Britain,
crossed
the Royal
into the
Navy
hole.
after slavery was abolished in the United Kingdom,
much.
policed the high
I
seas
hear
at
ya.
significant cost of treasure and blood. boarding ships on their way to Brazil
Info.
and storming the holds and
Information
freeing
I do
slaves.
not have.
This,
A
you know,
bartender
so
knew
when somebody
everything.
comes to you
Anything
and
else?
says,
Nope, thanks.
it says, as we have had in America in particular in recent years, you know, this is your original sin, for instance. I want to say, okay, what's the original sin of the other countries?
Who cares about the other countries? We're America. We are number one. Fuck all the other countries. I only give two shits about America. Why the fuck are we talking about what are the original sins of other countries that don't matter?
What's their? What they must have them. Oh, is it just us?
I don't know how we can make this argument when so many of us have Apple products made in China.
I know.
Which is a horrific nation on human rights.
Sure. I mean, you know, it's one of the great rules I try to follow. It's something an editor once said to me. Every peoples in history have done things that you look back on and you think, what the hell were they thinking?
Right.
In just a thing.
Right.
Well,
But some of them are still doing it.
some of them are still doing it. And here's the sort of follow-on thing is, assume there are things we do in our own day which our successors are going to see as being nuts.
Lots
Try
of
to work out what they are now. Don't just spend your time judging the 18th century or something. Watch out what it is now. I would have thought what you've just referred to is one of them.
I do
They
too.
will say, how in America in the 2020s did they become obsessed again about slavery 300 years earlier,
And
rewrite
miss-
their whole story, and miss the fact that there were concentration camps in China going on in their own day, slavery going on around the world in their own day. Why were they uninterested?
They are going to look at us as
No one's uninterested in like the other. No one is uninterested in the other like problems elsewhere in the world. I'm sure plenty of French historians. Oh God, why are you making noise? I'm sure plenty of French historians have could have an idea of like the original sin of France. It's a little bit harder because like as a country it's been around much longer, and so you could probably trace it back to Roman days maybe, and figure out what the original sin of Rome was. Maybe the original sin of France is the Reign of Terror, but I just don't. It is so hard for me to follow like what the point he's trying to make is. And is that like, is slavery like really terrible, and that like we shouldn't talk about our own history until all other forms of slavery and all other bad things in the world have disappeared, and until that point we can't talk about the bad things in our past? I mean, the reason so many like lefties and people in America focus on American slavery is because they're pretty American focused. Like they focus on our problems and our history. I don't think anyone is going to say, oh yeah, China is A-okay and doing nothing wrong. But when you talk about like Ivy League, ivory tower, Ivy League intellectual elites who focus on like the social sciences and history, they're going to talk about American social problems and American history, and like pointing out that they're not spending all of their time and effort talking about the problems in China. I don't think is this like hypocritical gotcha that Murray thinks it is.
historians in 100 years will look at us as insane.
Yes.
Just psychotic,
Yes.
split personality people.
And and here's one reason why. We have fallen. I have a chapter in the book on what is it I say is one of the answers, one of the deep answers to this. We have fallen into an era based in resentment. Based in resentment. The deepest thing of the time. The left injected it. I think parts of the right have now got it as well. But it is a
Explain that, because I think I agree with you.
Because you can have a worldview based entirely on what you haven't got, what other people have got at your expense. And by the way, this crosses all races, all cultures, all classes, all socioeconomic structures. We all know people who don't have very much at all in terms of money, who are the most grateful and kind and charitable people you could come across. And I'm sure we've all met people as well who seem very wealthy, who are just run through with bitterness and resentment, things that happened to them, things that they should have got and they didn't. So this is nothing to do with clotting. It's a human instinct, resentment. And the problem with resentment, once it brews, is that there is no end to it because you go searching for it. Nietzsche says at one point, there is a type of person who tears at wounds long since healed and then cries about the pain that they suffer. Recognize the type?
Yeah.
recognize the type all over America today. I've been having this row in the last few days since the war in the West came out about the reparations thing. The number of people who've been coming at me on social media, I don't say coming, I don't care. I mean, it's interesting to me, it doesn't bother me, but people saying, we're coming for our checks, we're coming for the money because of what happened to us. I said, who is us? Who is us? You talk about people you never knew, and you demand money on their behalf.
I gotta go get the oven going.
I want
I'm
my
going
stuff.
to torture you by forcing you to keep listening to this. Well, I don't have to.
People across
Have fun.
history. I know stuff. Now the thing is that, and again, this is what Nietzsche says, is that these people have to have one answer that you can say back at them, which nobody wants to hear. The answer you can say back at them is there is a person who's kept you back. There is a person who's destroyed your life. You are the one. The problem is that nobody wants to hear that.
That used to be the thing that brought people here. You know,
Yes.
the rest of the world, you were kept down by guilds and everything else. And you could come here and there wasn't streets paved with gold. But if you had a dream, you could at least pursue it.
And this is also why the American hero is being pulled down matters so much. It's not just about the past. It's about who we emulate. You know, one of the reasons why Americans emulated Abraham Lincoln was not just what he achieved as president. It was how he got there.
Yes.
You know, he was born essentially in the Iron Age. You know, he had nothing.
Nothing.
He probably had 1 year of formal education. The rest, Abraham Lincoln taught himself.
You know,
He taught
his
himself.
mom and his father fought him on it the whole time.
Yeah. It is, you know, the great American story in one person. Comes from nothing and gets to the highest place in the land. And so this is why it also matters.
And is kind and charitable and healing.
Absolutely.
In the end, he was killed by Booth because Booth was crazy about with malice toward none, charity towards all.
Right.
No,
Yes.
you got to be mad and come down and
Right.
get us, because then we'll kick your butt again.
So this is the thing. He's not just a great president or something like that. He's a great role model.
Yes.
And a kind of martyr of America. That's why you can't take him out. Otherwise, you take out America.
Right.
That's what they know. That's what the cultural revolutionaries know. But my point is that everybody in their life could have the opportunity to be resentful. And America has always distinguished herself as a country by having the opposite attitude. You know, as I say, I come from a country where the sort of class structure thing is less than it used to be, but it still exists. And as you say, in Europe and other countries in the West, there is something which is uncommon compared to America, which is a sort of feeling of sometimes, you know, if that person has something, you know, they've got it through some ill means. And America, and I sense it myself as a fairly recent arrival, and I've always sensed this. People see somebody with something good, and they say, I'd love to have that. Good on that guy. In other words, that is the opposite of a resentful person or a resentful nation. And the true, deep opposite of resentment, as I say in one of the chapters in The War in the West, is gratitude. Now,
That's what we're missing.
Gratitude is what it seems to be completely missing from our lives now. You know, like, I walk around the cities of America and I think, this is amazing. Like, every building here is amazing, let alone the ones that go up and up and up. Like, who came up with that? You know, you can look at cities like that, or you can look at them with the scowl and the resentment and, well, that was probably built on the back of labor that wasn't given enough. And you can do that on everything. You can do it on absolutely everything. Or you can say how amazing that we have this. And one of the things that has happened in American life, in particular in the West as a whole in recent years, has been this total loss of a sense of proportion as to what we are now versus what the rest of the world is now. Never mind what we've been in history. You know, what we are now. Why is it that America is still the #1 destination of choice for migrants across the world? Why? Now, if you ask the people of resentment who spent recent years tearing at America, saying it's a racist country and so on, I mean, you know, you didn't see Jews trying to break into Nazi Austria.
Nope.
You know? The footfall tells us something. And the other country...
Yeah, his claim is that, like, if America were really this racist, terrible place, then you wouldn't see, like, so many people trying to immigrate here. And, like, I will give Murray some credit here. Like, the part of the left that says, like, America is intrinsically racist and everything about it is absolutely terrible, those people are absolute idiots. I don't think any of those people, though, have any real power. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Sorry. So doing cinnamon roll stuff, it's never going to end.
countries people want to come to. All of the data shows it. After America, the other countries include Britain, include Canada. They're the Western countries, the Western democracies. So, why is that the case? And I would suggest that we should remind ourselves of a very simple truth. They want to
Yes.
come here now because we have something good.
True.
Here's the follow-on. If we
I
have something good
wholeheartedly agree.
now, it must be because we've done something good in the past.
Correct.
Right?
Okay.
It's not an accident. I'm very fond of this quote of Branch Rickey, who said at one point, said, luck is the residue of design. We're not just lucky in America. The luck comes from what men and women have done before us. And if they had made bad choices, maybe we'd be Venezuela. Maybe we'd be Sudan. There's a reason it's America. There's a reason people want to come.
You go across the border to Baja,
I feel
California,
missing.
in Mexico. The poverty and the lifestyle is unbelievable. Well, you're on the same coastline, the same land, everything. The only difference is the belief of the people and the belief of the government.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's different.
And
Okay, so just out of here, like, what is the belief in the people that are different there? In the belief of the government? Like, I am so interested to hear Beck and Murray, like, elaborate on that point, which I'm sure they're about to do.
we are seeing in America in particular an attempt to pull down all of the things that make that prosperity and the ladders possible. You know, it's a very important thing for people to realize that when we've seen the row about, for instance, CRT in American schools in the last couple of years, I go into a bit of that, but when we look at that, what does that result in real terms?
200 spirit
That whole
points.
project
Nice.
results in a claim that, for instance, timeliness is a white quality.
Correct.
That accuracy in maths is a white quality. That showing your workings is a white quality.
Okay, so again, I don't really know what he's saying here, but accuracy in maths is a dumb thing. All right, hear me out. I'm not saying it's bad to get the right answer, but so often in like a lot of math and science classes, they focus so goddamn much on did you get the right answer or not, and that is without a doubt the worst way to go about teaching math. What should be is, did you have a process that you followed? Were the steps you did logical? Even if you maybe made a mistake, like a minor little algebra error here or there and got the wrong answer in the end, who the fuck cares? What matters so much more, and good coding interviews will do this. They'll ask you a question, and it might be a really hard question or it might be a really easy question, because it doesn't really matter whether or not you, quote, like, get the right answer. If you show up to some coding interview and they ask you like, oh, how would you like simplify this kind of matrix multiplication if you know like some prior information about the matrix structure and you had to multiply them together? What could you do to like speed up an algorithm more so than just like a normal like multiplying every element? Are there like shortcuts you can make and stuff? And that it shouldn't matter if you like get the answer, if you solve the problem. What should matter is, how do you approach the problem? What are your steps of thinking? Even if you can't necessarily like solve it or get like the right answer, you should be able to at least think logically about it and think critically about something. And that even if you get the wrong answer at the end of the day, if you like put in good effort and followed a logical process, that's really all that should matter. But again, I'm assuming Murray is one of my friends sent me some random poster from some museum that I had never heard of before they sent it to me, about like, that did do things like, oh, showing up on time is part of, is part of like whiteness and like hard work and yada yada. And there's probably some stupidity in that. There's probably a good deal of stupidity in that. But I think there is also some value in looking at like how these different attributes play differently across different cultures. There's one of the random things I remember from like my high school business class was like focusing on like business practices in different cultures and whatnot, and how and like a lot of in some cultures, like I remember hearing like Mexico, and I know that this is really true just from being in Italy for a little bit. is that time is very relative. If something is supposed to start at like 4 o'clock, it might start at 4:30, it might start at 5, anytime in between. That there are other cultures where like timeliness, showing up at this exact time for this exact thing, is kind of, hey, we'll stop by, the afternoon, whenever that happens. Whereas, like, I've definitely been raised, and I still have this attitude of, early is on time and on time is late. And that, like, if you say you are going to be somewhere at 5 o'clock, by God, you will be there at 5 o'clock exactly, if not sooner. And so I think there is some value playing just devil's advocate here in looking at, like, okay, like, how many of these cultural things are, or how many of these things that we think are just, like, good work ethic and the good, proper, right way to do things are just kind of cultural coincidence, or are just a result of our cultural upbringing, and not necessarily like a set in stone exact thing that all productive people need to like follow and stick to without fail.
That's science.
Okay, I'm gonna go pause this. Oven is preheated, and I'm gonna go throw some cinnamon rolls in the oven. So I'm gonna force you to listen to this because I can't take much more, and I just want to move on.
And then
throw that there. Mute my mic.
Isn't this, though, what you would do if you were preparing people to be slaves?
Well, to be totally subjugated and demoralized, for sure. I mean, you see it in the specifics. Why would, apart from this insane war on whiteness, which has come up in recent years, which is just, I might get onto it, but is the most insane tactical misstep that the radical left could have made, in my view. That warring on white people and saying that white people specifically and uniquely across history have something to pay for is a big misstep.
Why?
Because white people are the majority. Now, if I said...
White people are just, generally speaking, have taken it in the head over and over and over
again.
Yeah.
For sure. But look, let me just finish one other point and come back to that. When you see people, again, like American Teaching Union heads saying that standardized testing is the problem, what are they doing other than removing the ladders that exist for people of all ethnic backgrounds to get up?
Correct.
They think that they're kind of leveling the board somehow. They're not. They're removing the ladders. What is your best chance if you're a young black a boy or girl in America hoping to get out of the situation you've been born into, if you've been born into a deprived background? It is to work hard at school. It is to pass your tests. It's to get out. Mm-hmm. Claim that tests are the problem, get rid of them, you will just make sure everyone is stuck where they are. It's an absolute disgrace, and it happens on the specific levels as well, of taking out, the programs for students of distinction that's happened in New York and elsewhere. But just get back to this point about the war on whiteness. The insane thing about this is, and this it's mainly, I have to say, white people who are doing it. I mean, it's like Robin DiAngelo, the biggest race huckster of our day, apart from Ibram X. Kendi. Robin DiAngelo, of course, herself is white, and she says in her disgusting book, there's no good form of being white, and you can't get out of it. Now, I say, do that with any other group. Say there's no good form of being black, and you can never not be black if you're born black. I mean, that's just disgusting racism right there. Well, it is with Robin DiAngelo. She's a racist. Ibram X. Kendi says in his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, which I say you should just lose the word anti and you've got the accurate title. Yep. That book says the answer to past inequalities is present-day inequalities. The answer to past prejudice is present prejudice. So here's the thing. Imagine if we took any minority group in modern-day America, any minority group, Asians, Hispanic, anyone, or smaller groups, and said, we've got a message for you. We've got a set of books, a set of claims, all the major papers, the major networks and others are going to start making the following case against you. They're going to say, there's nothing good about you. They're going to say, you've never had anything good about you. They're going to say you're born guilty.
Timer set for 10 minutes.
They're going to say that you can't get out of your
check
guilt.
on
You can never
them,
atone for
rotate
it.
them.
They're going to say that you have
Put
no
it back in for another 10
ancestors
minutes.
to be
We're gonna have some
respected.
fucking dope
They're
ass
going to say that you have no history. This is what they're going to do, and much, much more. They're going to pathologize you. They're going to say that you have rage. They're going to say you have fragility. They're going to taunt you for your
What's
tears.
your story?
Now,
quickly begin
imagine
to tell
any
us,
minority.
You used to be an
did that
upstanding
to.
citizen
Do you
before
think you
coming
could
here. I was a
persuade
peaceful
them?
farmer that
You
worked
think
the
they would
fields
say,
hard, going
we love the sound of that, we're going to go for that, sure, whatever you want.
pretty white skins.
So, no. I don't think any minority group would go along for that.
Fuck. I only have so much patience. I come back. I want to see and spook the hell out of me. It did. Night after night, it showed up, stole crops and cattle alike. I would do nothing to stop them. I know what you're gonna say. Why didn't you ask for help? I tell you, I did. Nobody would believe me. They thought I was crazy. Finally, it just became too much for me. I couldn't take it anymore. I just up and left and came here. And here I've been ever since. Carl starts to weep uncontrollably. You decided to leave him with his misery. Aw, why am I leaving him in his misery? Can I help him? Find me here. Oh, so sorry, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna go talk to Mama. I'm assuming that's Mama over there. Hello there, my name's Mom. I run this place. Got the best food north of New Reno, too. You're not my mom. Have you heard of a vault or anyone named Vic? What's there to do here in town? What do you have to eat here? I'm gonna get straight to the point. Well, now, there's a vault city a ways east of here, and a little north in Vic. Let me think. Trader Vic? Oh, that rings a bell. Yes, I think he is being held by Metzger. For some reason. Who's Metzger, and where do I find him? Metzger's the head of the local slavers guild. He's got all kinds of people locked up in his place. It's right down the street, just north of here. Thanks for the information. Let me ask you something else. What's to do in town? Well, I'm sure someone delivered a meal to Smitty. He was just west of here in the junkyard. Will you do it for me? I'll give you a free meal if you want. Sure, I don't mind. Thank you so much. I'd do it myself, but there's nobody to watch the place while I'm gone. Here's Smitty's meal. If you don't have it brought to him, I'm sure he'd forget to eat. I'll bring it right over. Alright, doing a quick little fetch quest.
But that is the ride that they are inviting the majority in America, Britain, and the rest of the West to go along with.
But that would...
It's like an insane overreach.
Right, but that would come also along with the white guilt. Well, I do have a lot. I mean... You know, the insidious thing is you've never...
White guilt is dumb.
Never
be guilty for white.
You've had no privilege because you're white?
These people... personally, I've had enough. I've had enough.
Yeah, me too.
They can't guess my privilege, and I owe them nothing for any privileges or downsides I've had in my life. I don't owe them an explanation, and I'm not going to give them one.
I mean...
Most of my answers...
Yeah, you don't, like... Oh... I don't know what he means by this. Like, who is saying that he owes someone something for his white privilege? Like, obviously, white guilt is dumb. White privilege is very real, but I will never be guilty for being white or feel like I should be ashamed of, like, the color of my skin or anything. I will take a moment to recognize that, yes, because I am white, I have had certain advantages and legs up in life that would not have been afforded to me had I been black or any other skin color, at least in America. Now, obviously, like, if I were a white person, like, if I were this skin tone and ethnicity, and I were born and raised in, like, Japan, none of that would apply, because there, I'm not part of, like, the majority ruling class. I don't really know a better way to phrase it than that. And so, how do I want to phrase this? Obviously, it would be different had I been born in, like, a different country, in a different culture, and I wouldn't have had the same level of privilege. But I think all that people would demand of you, or not even demand, but just ask of you when we talk about white privilege, is just to take a step back and think about some of the advantages and legs up that you may have had in your life because of your skin color. Look at it, recognize it, be like, yeah, you know what, I have had certain advantages and had maybe an easier time in certain things because of my skin color than I otherwise would have. And just accept that, so that when we're talking about societal problems and social changes that we want to implement, we're aware of these things and we can have a more nuanced discussion about them. You should never, ever be sitting here and being like, well, I'm a white person. I've had certain advantages that aren't afforded to black people. So I should, put on a hair shirt and whip myself in order to atone to, I don't know, the race gods, the history gods, that I've had these advantages. No, just recognize it and move on.
Sisters were far from privileged, very far from privileged.
Mine too.
Tilled small amounts of not very fertile land, just about made it through winters, and in the 20th century were called on twice to give their lives for a far-off war that they didn't know much about. That was the story of most of our ancestors, of people who were white. Mm-hmm. They weren't privileged, and we're not. And so we've just...
And again, no one's saying that, like, because there's privilege in some axes, that you've never encountered hardship. It's really hard for me to know whether or not this is a fail. I will assume that this is purely a failure on communication on the part of the left. It's either that, or the other option, I think, is Murray knows this and he's just, intentionally strawmanning it for the sake of, selling a book and, getting that sweet, sweet conservative money. But yes, obviously that doesn't mean that because you have white privilege today that your ancestors, and hell, even you and your family has never encountered hardship, that life has been nothing but easy breeze, sweet sailing. If we were living in the 1700s and we talked about, noble privilege, no one, and then okay, if we were living in the 1700s and we were talking about nobility privilege and that there are certain privileges that the nobility class have, the nobility could turn around and be like, it's not easy. I've had hardships too. I have many problems, and my family had to fight in wars and do risky trade deals and work hard in order to get their nobility status. It wasn't all easy breezy, sweet sailing for us, and you're attacking me for my nobility privilege. No one would say that, but people would say that you do have certain advantages being part of the noble class. That aren't afforded to people of the commoner class, and maybe we should talk about that and look at it. No one's saying that nobles have perfect, stress-free lives and nothing bad has ever happened to any noble. Now, I would assume that the rebuttal here would then be that, at least with noble privilege, there was a very real codified legal system that set up nobility privilege and a legal system that stopped commoners from having the same rights as the noble class. And that's true. And for the most part, we've gotten rid of all of the very explicit privileges that would have come with white privilege, which is good. However, that doesn't mean that it's all been washed away and everything is on equal footing now, which is a position that I would take, and I assume at least that would be Murray's response.
Got to say, we're not having that. When you try to pathologize us and say we suffer from white rage or white fragility or anything else, say absolutely not having it. And there's a standoff that's now necessary, I'm afraid, and it can be done politely, but it'll have to be done along these lines. You show no respect for me, I'm showing no respect for you. You don't respect anything about my past, why should I respect yours? You don't respect my ancestors, why should I respect yours? You don't respect my culture, why should I respect yours?
Doesn't that deepen the divide?
My suggestion is that the standoff like that could help solve it, because it says, don't you make me lesser than. I'm not going to make you lesser than. I don't think I'm better than anyone else because of the color of my skin. It's a ridiculous idea. I'm you have to be crazy to think that. It's like saying I'm better than you because I'm a man. I mean, it's I'm 5'10". But somebody else isn't better than me because of their skin color either.
Yeah,
it's
obviously.
a totally unimportant thing.
No one's saying that.
But if it's unimportant, you cannot weaponize it against one group. And I think that people have to...
I agree. No one should be... And, yeah, I don't know, Murray just needs to get off Twitter and stop spending so much time with, these random online leftists who say that, oh, you're white, you're a terrible person. Because, yeah, I will absolutely admit that there are those people like that on Twitter. Those people are idiots, and you shouldn't listen to them. And thankfully, none of them control any political power because they all think that the institutions are corrupt and terrible, and you can't trust any of them. So they never bother getting involved in any real politics, and therefore never wield any real power. And now my timer's going off, so I gotta go rotate me cinnamon rolls. Be back in a second. Okay. Oh man, I wasn't
Be
playing.
told
Try
to
to get
step
that.
back from this. We have to make the race hucksters like D'Angelo and Kendi, we have to make them be held to account for what they've done. These people have re-racialized American society. When they come along talking of reparations now...
Okay. It really irks me when people talk about like re-racializing society and that everything was fine before you started bringing up all of this systemic racism, and you've actually made the situation much worse because you constantly talk about race. No. I don't understand this thought process because it's kind of on par with like if you were married and you like constantly left dirty dishes in the sink and your spouse just like bit their tongue, never said that it bothered them, and then all of a sudden one day they're like, Jesus fucking Christ, if you leave another dirty plate in the sink overnight again, I swear to God, I'm packing my bags and leaving. You'd be like, what's with all the hostility? Why are you always... This analogy is shit because I'm just coming up with it off the top of my head. But like, you could sit there and be like, what's with all the hostility? Why are you constantly talking about like the dishes? And like, why everything was so fine before you started bringing up the dishes all the time and hounding me about leaving dirty dishes. Why can't we just go back to the way things were before you made everything about the dishes? But the underlying problem was always there. We just weren't talking about it. I am willing to bet like two whole Stanley nickels right now that if I could find the exact same argument being said about the civil rights leaders of like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, that like everything was fine in race relationships, we ended the Civil War, everything's going okay, but now the civil rights leaders got to make everything about race, and can't we all just like get along and keep to our own? Why all the hostility, and why do we have to go upending the social fabric of everything just because a few people got triggered over a sign that said whites only? Like I'm willing to bet a trivial amount of money, because I don't have a lot of money to throw away on like bets I know very little about, but I'm willing to bet at least a little bit that we could find this exact same argument playing out throughout history through all social movements.
Now, for things done centuries ago, they are dividing American society anew. And what do they think the reparations would look like in the 21st century?
How would you even... Okay, I'm white, but my family didn't come over until 1880.
Right.
So do I have to pay the reparations? What?
How do we work it out among people who are descended from slaves and slavers?
Yeah.
No, and don't let's forget that the people who were responsible for the origin of the slave trade were black Africans selling their brothers and sisters. As Voltaire says, the only thing worse than what the Europeans did to the Africans was what the Africans did to their brother Africans. So...
Why are we bringing up this? It happened over, like, I guess the point he's trying to make is bringing up, like, hypocrisy, and that I guess we shouldn't be upset with, like, American slavers because, the black people sold their own kind into slavery, so it's okay, it's not that big of a deal, we shouldn't be upset about American slavery. I don't understand what the argument here is. Like, I will just... say, like, outright, what he is saying is factually true. So, like, is China off the hook now for, like, their cruel labor practices and their slavery and their, like, cultural genocides that they're doing? Because, they're only doing it to their own people because, like, we're buying their products. Like, I guess, I don't... This is why I'm bad at the hot takes and listening to this off the mic, and why I'm going to practice and get better at it. Because it seems like we can make the same kind of argument to dismiss all blame from American consumer to buy Chinese products. Because earlier in the podcast, he was bringing up that all of these kind of local liberals are talking about how terrible slavery was and everything, but they're ignoring like the terrible things that China is doing today. And they're walking around with their iPhones that are made in China, and that makes them hypocrites. And this seems like a little bit of a contradiction to what he's saying now, because it seems like you can make that kind of same argument about the slave trade, that like, well, we shouldn't, maybe it's not, I need to think about this a little bit more. But it seems like there's some tension here. and his, Africans sold other Africans into slavery. And no, there's probably not. I think I'm drawing a thread where I can't complete the thread. All right, ignore everything I've said for the last 2 minutes.
Are we going to work out who's descended from who? Are we going to set up a great big DNA database in a country that isn't wild about the idea of even showing your basic voter ID when you go to the polls? I don't know how that one's going to work. So these people don't really mean it. I don't think they really mean it. I think they want to tear at wounds, reopen them, and claim victimhood. And we have to say, not that's an interesting discussion, or I wonder how we could do that, but no, we've paid. It's settled. Move on. Somebody said to me today, if a car crashed into you, and you could never get hold of your insurance company or any others, or anyone else's, wouldn't you feel that you were owed? I said, sure, if that happened to me, but if it happened to one of my ancestors centuries ago, I'd kind of think, well, I'm going to get on with my life.
Yeah. I think that's one of those things that what you just said, no, is one of those things that you were talking about at the beginning that I thought, I can say that. I can say that.
Yeah.
Hearing you so clear on that, I think there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, we do a lot of heavy
what
lifting.
exactly does
you
you
more probably than me.
Oh God,
We
I
do a
really
lot
don't
of
want to
mental,
go through and fight these guys. I gotta find a way
I would say
to
it's a pleasure.
talk through these.
Pardon me?
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, but it's
We capture
we are
and sell slaves.
thinking of things because
That's what
we
you're here
have
for,
the
right?
time. This
You
is what
looking
we
for some
do.
action?
That the average person doesn't.
I wonder if I
That's
could buy
And I
Vic.
think the average person doesn't know exact. There's no model
vault
out
right
there.
there.
The
I
model
took
was
box
Donald
prop
Trump.
and all of the
That wasn't
Another
necessarily
question.
a good model. And
Yeah, Vic, the merchant guy, right?
There's no
He's the one that
real
sells the old vault stuff.
model
He's
of people
fucked.
getting
That's
along,
'cause he got
people
pretty pissed
having
with him.
friendly discussions that disagree with each other, and nobody that can just
Maybe I can
clearly
just
stand
buy
up.
him.
I mean, that's the thing I love. Churchill is one of my favorites.
Ooh, he's our leader. Is he for sale? Not likely. That dumbass Vic pits off Metzger off about some radio or something. I doubt he'd sell him. You'd have to talk to him yourself. Okay, let me go talk to him in the back room through the door over there. Okay, alrighty. Fuck, I really do not want to have to fight my way out of this, because that would be very bad, so we just need to talk through it. Is this, you see, that's just a slave. Is that guy a mean-looking man? Alright, let's go talk to him. Don't piss off. Okay, I won't. Please don't start shooting me. Okay, we are safe scummers in this stream, especially when playing these old Fallout games. Meet Metzger. Done. How much time left do I have on the cinnamon rolls? Fuck, you guys, you have no idea how fucking good it smells right now. Alright, I'm gonna go check on them real quick. They got a minute left. Enjoy the chair. Alright, gonna give him another like 5 minutes.
One of my favorite people in history. Yeah, cool. And he just didn't seem to care. He knew what was right for Europe and for England, and he said it. And, if you read about Churchill from the Indian perspective, he's a monster.
Yeah. And they accuse him of things that he didn't do.
Yeah, but he also...
Wow, what a thing to focus on there. Like, yeah, sure, Churchill did, some bad thing, but hey, a few of those accusations are a little exaggerated. Like, man, okay, yeah, sure, slavery was bad and all, but, sometimes the horrors are a little bit exaggerated.
Did some things that, he wasn't proud of even at the end of his life. But that makes him human. Sure. That makes him human in that age, and was he getting better or was he worse by the end of his life?
Yeah.
But, there's people need more examples and to be able to see people in their office stand up and say, no, I'm not going to that.
And also, the earlier bit about Beck is that I guess this is just kind of the normal conservative line of thought. Is that, you have your few great men, your Churchills, your whoever else they idolize, and that they know what's best for everyone, and they are going to enforce their will upon everyone else. And it seems really that, like, history is kind of the only judge for, like, who's right and who's wrong about that. And so it seems like a better system there is to just not have anyone who has that kind of power and authority. That it should be just, no, we don't let a single individual say, I know what's right for everyone else, and I'm going to enforce that will upon everyone. Because the reason, do we want to say this? Yeah, I think this is pretty uncontroversial. Like, the only reason that, like, we say that, well, Hitler was right to impose his will on Europe, other way around. The only reason that today we say Churchill was right to impose his will on Europe and Hitler was wrong to impose his will on Europe is because one of those sides won out in the end and was able to, like, impose their will. And so we go through life thinking, all right, well, the one that won was good and the rest of them are bad. It's the same reason, the only reason that we look back on the American Revolution and the Founding Fathers with, like, pride and patriotic zeal is because they won the war. Had they lost and, America had stayed a British colony, we would be, learning about, oh, yes, the peasant uprising of the late 18th century. And, like, it'd be a footnote in history about, a rebellion that failed, and the good old crown stomped them out, as they rightfully should have.
I'm not going to the seminar where I
And
have
so,
to
like,
confess my weakness.
the prescriptive solution there is to not have a system where we let any, like, individual have enough power to just, like, impose their will on the masses, but rather we have a democratic system where people get to vote and choose how they, live their lives and everything and what laws they want. Yada, 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 democracy, blah, blah, blah. Man, I really need a zoom out lens because I like to do the hand motions and you can't see the fucking hand motions. I can't even move, yeah, no, it's not that like my camera is getting clipped or anything. It's just, don't have the depth and breadth to do the hand thingies. Anyhow, I have something I'd like to sell about Vic. Can I join the guild? Can you tell me about your guild? What the fuck do you want? The Slavers Guild, not some safe house for you fucking jetheads. I want to talk about Vic. He's the one that specializes in vault technology, or so he says. He's my property now. He's not going anywhere. Why are you keeping him here? That little fuck, he sold me a radio that he said could be able to pick up some transmissions. It didn't. I caught his ass trying to sneak out of town before I found out. Bad mistake. No one fucks with me. He's lucky to be alive. What kind of transmissions are? The Enclave, the new... Hey, what the hell do you care for? It's business. I need to be sure no one's trying to fuck me over. That's all you need to know. The Enclave. Ooh, the new... Okay. Well, let's keep talking. About Vic. What about him? Why are you keeping him here? Can I see him? What for? Ah, fuck, never mind. Just don't keep him from fixing that damn radio. And he better fix it soon. I'm sick of feeding his lazy ass. Thank you. Okay, so that's probably Vic over there. Hands off. Oh, okay. Where? Okay, well, wait. Oh, is he back there then? Wait, I want to talk to Vic. Why are you keeping here? What kind of transmissions were you talking about before? Mind your business. Wait, where's Vic? I wanted to talk to Vic. Okay. Sentinels are done. Stop. Hopefully done. I'll be back in a second. Sorry for all the coming and goings. Not that, anyone here cares. Okay, I need like 2 or 3 more minutes. I'm gonna be bouncing back and forth a bunch here. This is what we call A+ content here. Okay, wait, no, I thought I could see Vic though. I'm assuming that's... Maybe I just need to talk to the guard first? Hey, how's it going? About Vic. His name's Vic. Summers and I broke some stuff with my bosses. The door's locked. Could you open it? Of course. I don't know. Sorry, I just thought you were curious or something. Thanks. There you go. Thank you. Would you tell him I can't... Wait, who are you? You're not a slaver. What are you doing here? My name's Copy. I'm here to get you out. I'm Copy. Can you tell me where Vault 13 is? Copy. I'm here to get you out. Wow, you'd do that for me? I'd do anything if you'd get me out of this mess. Only problem is that Metzger's got me locked up in here until he can fix his radio, and I don't have the parts I need. Okay. Can you use this radio I found? That might work. Can you tell me where Vault 13 is? Where can I get the parts you need? Let's see if I can just give him my radio. Fucking easy peasy. Oh, wait, you can't see me. Wait. God. Okay, fuck, now my timer's going off. Okay, you're getting share stream. But that was easy fucking peasy. No side quest, no fetching, nothing. Just, I already have the part. Here you go, have fun. Alrighty, so change of plans here. I am just gonna wrap up the stream now because I still have to finish up making the frosting for the cinnamon rolls, get those all done, and then I gotta clean up my kitchen because it's a complete fucking mess now. So we are going to call it here for a stream. Done talking with. Done. Gonna do that. Exit the game for now. Thanks for stopping by. Hope some of y'all had fun. Definitely need to. Yeah, I think my commentary is at this point a solid, like maybe a D plus. Really, just a solid D. Maybe a D plus. But gonna get more practice, kind of just trying to analyze conservative media and do better on the fly commentary, which I am definitely not very good at this point. But thanks all of y'all for stopping by. Hope some of y'all had fun, and I will see y'all next time. So.